Woo! What's up? Hey guys. How's it going? How we doing? What's happening? Oh, Birdland. Thank you. Good to see you. We got wonderful Mr. Hatecore in here. We've got Cakes. We got a bunch of people over on the YouTube side. What's going on, guys? How is everybody doing on this fine Friday? Hey, yes, I did end up streaming today. I mean, I generally try to stream every day. I was like, maybe going to take today off. I wasn't 100% sure, but we're going for it. So, we're doing good. We're doing good. I spent the morning practicing more of the live looping stuff, which is coming to a stream near you soon. And it went okay. It's very, very hard. The way that I am doing live looping is very difficult, but we're working towards it. It's entirely up to you. It's whatever you want feedback on. Yeah, I am pretty impartial. I just like hearing what you guys are up to. So as is tradition, we are starting today with a little bit of feedback. Usually Fridays are pretty slow, so it's probably going to be a pretty mellow stream. But our main goal for the day is to get this orchestral track done for this fantasy game. So we're gonna do a little bit of feedback, and then we will move on to working on that. Yeah, I mean, you guys are welcome to send in whatever. It is completely up to you guys. I am still trying to navigate ads on the Twitch side. It allows me to run an ad break, so it'll be like, hey, an automatic ad break is happening in 5 minutes. And so I'm like, cool, well, I'll just trigger it now so that we can get it out of the way and I know when it's happening. So I trigger a manual ad break, and then that ad break ends, and it's like, cool, now your ad break is happening in 2 minutes. And I'm like, why? What do you want from me, Twitch? It doesn't make any sense. I truly just don't understand it. But yeah. So, you know, we'll get started with some feedback. And seriously, I'm impartial. Whatever you guys want to send in is more than welcome. But then we're going to get into the this old fantasy scoring, which was a ton of fun, and people actually seemed to be digging yesterday, which was kind of interesting. I'm always like hesitant to do really in-depth scoring, and particularly like orchestral scoring on stream, because I feel like sitting there watching me like click through articulations on violas is probably kind of boring. But we had like 15 people watching me do it yesterday, so you know, that's pretty cool. I'm glad it's not too mind-numbing. People actually seem to dig it, which is pretty neat. But yeah, that is all the news that is fit to print. All right, we can start with a little bit of feedback here from our dear friend Hatecore. Let's jump over here. Oh, come here. Boom. Let's check it out. Over on the YouTube side, what's up, Reggae? Good to see you. Yay, super. What's up, man? How are you? How was the random late night client meeting last night? Yeah, super. Let me hand that off to you 1 second here. Default state, no light change. Boom. There you go. Lights set to manual. I mean, hey, my speakers are quite nice, so I hope they can handle it. I guess we'll see. Damn. Excellent low-end management. No worries, Iconic. What's up, buddy? Good to see you. Sick. Oh man. Great, man. This is one of my favorite things you've sent in thus far. Really, really excellent low end management because you've got some deep sub in there. My rig goes down to about what are these? Go down to 32, 34, somewhere in there. And you are yeah, C0. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, it's yep. Oh yeah, I can hear it. So can my neighbors, I'm sure, even though I am even though I am listening at a quiet volume, generally speaking. Do 34 at -6. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, they go. That's why I love these things because they're front ported 8s and pretty large cabinets and have some like DSP wizardry going on in them as well. So they go as deep as I need them to go. That's for sure. I used to have a sub in my system years ago. But yeah, and that's, hey, you're inspiring me to be more open-minded about these soft clippers that you kids keep talking about. This is a device that I was not even particular. Like, of course, I know what clipping is. But yeah, it's an interesting. I'm going to start looking into them a little bit more because it's very interesting. In terms of what it does, I need to understand better what this device is for, because it's a very newfangled thing. T Striker over on the YouTube side, thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Hey, oh my goodness, Zach, Win with the sub. Thank you so much. I'm just to create new sounds. You can have C -1 clip. Well, yeah, and that's because like when I think about clipping, I'm thinking about it from a very old school perspective. EXO on the YouTube side, how's it going? Good to see you. I'm thinking about it from a very old school perspective in terms of like THD and second versus third order harmonics and all of that kind of stuff, which is a very, very old school way of thinking about distortion. Like what kinds of distortion and what harmonic orders are emphasized by distortion in like actual analog circuitry. So this idea of a like digital soft clipper that focus in different regions and do different things, that's all like very new to me. Dream speakers for me, PMCs. Oh yeah, they don't make them anymore. Yeah. Oh, for sure. No, my dream speakers, which I didn't work on these exact speakers for a long time, but I had the step down, are the Focal Trios. I had a pair of Focal Twin 6s for years. Those speakers are stupid good. All the Focal stuff is stupid good. Used EQ to kind of selectively emphasize what harmonics I want to stand out after the gig clipping. Interesting. Trio 6 or 10. I think the 6s, the 10s are probably a bit much. They used to have the T-Striker. You got a very good mic. Thank you. It's a Rode NT2. It's not the world's nicest mic, but it works. It works just fine for my purposes. Got the first harmonic right next to the fundamental a little bit. Yeah, for sure. Like the first octave up. T-Striker. This mic, you can find this mic used for $50. Pretty easily. Rode NT2. I don't even think they make the NT2 anymore, but it's roughly modeled after the Neumann U87. They're 11s. Jesus Christ. Dream speakers are Sherwin Vegas. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I would if I could work on a pair of Focals or like really going, balling all out. A pair of like barefoot. The barefoot towers would be pretty insane, but those are like $40,000. So I'm going to edit the. Mac SDT. Welcome in. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to the Audio Nerd Club. I just got most of my debts, and guys are talking about audio equipment stuff. Oh boy, iconic. I've heard Barefoots in a demo shop. They were not my favorites. Admittedly, the smaller footprint series. Yeah, I've heard mixed reviews on the footprints. Some people absolutely love them. Some people don't. Some people do not vibe with them very much. What's up, Bamboo? Oh, we got the whole club hanging out in here today. I love it. I've heard the Micromane 27s from Barefoot, and they're pretty ridiculous. Focals are still take the cake as far as everything I've heard. They just sound fucking absurdly good. They're just like they're super clear and they're super articulate, but they're not fatiguing at all. My one complaint about the Atoms, they're wicked accurate. Like they're insanely detailed in the top end, but they do get like a little bit much. After listening all day, especially to heavy electronic stuff, especially for like hours and hours and at even moderate volumes, like the ribbon tweeters are so accurate and so kind of aggressive. They can be a little bit lot. Heard Neumann 420 is distributed Focals. Yeah, I've heard the no hate. It's amazing. No, I had one thought, which is like not even a real thought, but I have heard a few of the Neumanns, like the 310s, are really, really nice. At that point, once you get up to that tier of monitor, it's really just personal preference. Like it's what sounds and feels good and correct to your ears. But no, feedback wise, man. Like there's moments where you're going really dark on the drums where I would go slightly less dark, like right here. But I know you're doing that for the aesthetic, so. Like I could use just a tiny bit more crunch. Kind of like, need to sound grimy and old. Yeah, well, and what's really interesting is that if you actually look at the response curves when you like try to go vintage, Of course, Mac. Ask away. When you try to go vintage, if you actually look at the response curves on a lot of that old gear, particularly like the Neumann stuff, and if you even just like listen critically to things that are old sounding or like band passed because they were ripped from vinyl onto tape onto whatever, there's there's a resonant. It's like there's a low pass going on, but there's a resonant peak with a little bit of distortion on that low pass. And so you get a bump at like 12K or 14K or 10K, you know, depending on where you want to shelve it. That adds a little bit of like, it's not detail exactly, but it's just this little crunchy bump. That's kind of nice as opposed to just purely rolling off top end. It shapes the top end in a way that's kind of nice. That's literally my own, like when you are in the club hate where you send in stuff. I'm like, this is fantastic. Every decision you've made here is intentional. So I don't really like have feedback for you in the sense of, oh yeah, I really think you could work on this here. Like it's sick. You know exactly what you want to make. And, anything that I ever say about your tracks is more just like, hey, here's an idea if it sounds cool to you. It's less like, I think you have room to work on it. One thing I will say, hey, and Mac, that's a very good question. We will answer it in just a second here. This isn't related to your track directly, hate, but I was, yeah, absolutely, man. And I can hear that. But I was working in Ableton late last night on my live looping stuff, and I figured out there's a great Ableton producer, like live trainer guy or certified trainer guy, called Sidebrained, who's awesome. And he had a whole video on triggering momentary effects. So he sets up a drum rack on a blank, like on an empty MIDI channel, essentially, and then puts MIDI shapers and MIDI envelopes on the pads. And then you can map pads to, like I've got my LPD8 here from Akai, and you can map whole sequences of effects triggers to drum pads. So he shows you how to set it up to where like you hit a pad and over 1 or 2 bars using shapers and MIDI triggered envelopes, it triggers a bunch of other shit. So you can have like beat repeat for 2 beats and then a filter sweep and then like have it cut into a reverb. It was very, very cool. And I thought of you while I was setting it up because I'm like, oh, we're doing like automated mix effects in real time now in Ableton, which is like wild to me that you can set it up that way. But it made me think of you. Yeah, no, it's great. I'm addicted to music like crazy, really crazy. But let's say I would want to make my own songs similar to the style of Vanguard Sound Studio. Where and how should I start? Or more like, if you had to start over with the knowledge you have, how would you start making music from scratch? That's a fantastic question. And then Bamboo also had a question, Ocean of Synth Preset. Yeah, okay, we'll talk about both of these real quick. And then we will get to feedback for cakes here in a second. Okay, so Mac, let me look up Vanguard Sound Studio real quick because I am not familiar with this particular artist. By FL. Okay. Try Hikari. Is that? No. By them. Okay, hang on. And Hikari. Okay. Orchestral and heavy drum and bass. Oh, absolutely. This is a lot like the stuff that I'm doing for Salvage. Like this reminds me a lot of one of the combat tracks that we did for Salvage a couple of months ago. Cool stuff. Okay, so I love that you are interested in learning to make music, Mac, and you absolutely 100% should. I think that generally speaking, if you are kind of starting from scratch, what I would recommend is starting in a DAW. So DAW is Digital Audio Workstation. It is the software that we use to make music. This is the one that I use. It's called Studio One. Now it's called Studio Pro. That's a whole conversation, whatever. It is a very, kind of high-level professional program. There's a lot of good beginner DAWs out there that you can get started learning in for free or for very, very cheap. So GarageBand, if you're in the Mac world, if you use Mac, GarageBand is an excellent option for you. BandLab is free and completely online on any platform. So that'll get you started. You're on Windows. Okay, so I would probably recommend BandLab then. BandLab actually just works in your browser. So you can go to bandlab.com, make an account. And Reaper is also cheap. I would never, ever, ever recommend Reaper for a beginner. Reaper's extremely complex and extremely customizable and actually quite tricky to use stock. You really need to know what you're doing to set it up the way that you want to. But of course, you're going to complain at me to sign in. We don't even need to worry about it. But BandLab is a really, really great option. It's completely free, very easy to use. It has a lot of sounds already built into it. But the main thing, especially to do stuff like this, where you've got elements of like a lot of piano, a lot of orchestral music, I would recommend thinking about learning a little bit of piano and a little bit about music theory. If you can show me the name of that Studio Pro software or somebody in chat, certainly. Now they just changed the name to Fender Studio Pro, which is silly and annoying and is making me angry because it sounds kind of goofy. From a professional perspective, we don't have to get into that because it doesn't really matter. But that is what I use. It's kind of niche. Not a lot of people use it, but I really, really like it. I can tell you why. But yeah, I would really recommend learning, your basics of music theory. So, for instance, I just have a basic keyboard sound here, learning things like, and you don't have to, these things sound really intimidating, but they really are not, as long as you go about them in a smart way, they're not nearly as scary as they seem. A lot of people hear music theory and they think of classical composers getting, and getting degrees in music composition and all this stuff. You really don't need to worry about going that far, but just really simple concepts like our major scale, right? So C is the key that is kind of most common to teach things in and think about things in. And so that note right there on the piano is C. And we have what we call the major scale, which is kind of the most basic building block of music. That's a major scale. You probably recognize that immediately. And a lot of songs, especially if you think of more like kids' songs or simple songs like Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, are yes, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. Exactly. Yeah. So see, you already know a little bit. That's great. What's up, Opal? What's up, Lime? Good to see you guys. Thanks for tuning in. So learning your major scale, learning your minor scale, learning what chords are, which is just anytime you're playing more than one note at once. That's a major scale. It's built out of the first note, the third note, and the fifth note of our scale. That's a minor scale, or a minor chord, excuse me. Learning kind of the basics of that stuff and making sure you have a good command of it is going to help you enormously. Because what the pitfall that you can fall into, especially when you're new to this stuff, is that like BandLab, Studio One, these things all now have tons and tons of loops and samples and presets and all this stuff that do some of that work for you. But to really write stuff like what you want to write, you want to really understand what's going on. You don't necessarily just want to get stuck in a situation where you're like dragging in stuff that other people have already made and building songs out of that without a good understanding of what's going on in terms of the notes and the chords and the melodies and all that stuff. And so, yeah, I would start with your major, your minor scale, basic chords, and then learn a concept that we call modes, which is just basically a different way to play scales. Yeah, Opal, absolutely. It is the beginning of stream, so we're definitely, we got cakes up next in a few minutes. And then we can check out your track as well. Somebody else might have submitted. I haven't looked, but yeah, we're definitely doing feedback. So yeah, I would start with those kind of simple music theory concepts, and then just get yourself into BandLab and start.
Music wants feedback on their song.
Woo! Absolutely, and then start to just start putting stuff together. Don't worry about things sounding amazing. Don't worry about whether or not like as you start, it's a big long process of getting to grips with samples are an excellent way to learn about different elements of track. That's true. You can definitely use them as a learning tool. I just like to I like to discourage people from using samples in their tunes a whole bunch. Just because it's, it can become a crutch really quickly. Let's say I get and understand major, minor, etc., and then I get to know how to mix drums, violins, and whatever else, a whole song structure, just mess around as long as it clicks. Yeah. Honestly, yeah. And I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, don't beat yourself up. Focus on having fun. Because the more fun that you have with it, the longer you're going to do it, and the more seriously you're going to take it. It's not something where you're going to jump in and immediately be making like these insane, incredible tracks. It takes time to really learn this stuff. And what's most important is that you're having fun doing it. And so if you run up against like a topic or something that's challenging you and it starts to feel like homework, always give yourself permission to take a break. Give yourself permission to just make things. If you want to make something goofy, if you want to make something that's, play with it, just have fun with it, because that's what's going to inspire you to keep going. When it starts to really feel like work is when it can start to kind of kill the creative side of it. So that's definitely one thing that I've learned over the years that I would recommend. But yeah, and then we live in a golden age of information, right? So there's a million great resources out there for what you're talking about, song structure. Where your verses and choruses go and how all of that kind of stuff works. They're all just little techniques and little concepts that you can learn one at a time. And then it all starts to come together into this kind of big pattern that is what composing and music production really is. Sounds like learning programming again. I mean, it's not dissimilar, but the nice thing is that it's like really creative. And programming is too, but it's really, there are rules in programming. There are realistically very few rules in music. Yeah, Vital is a little down the line, I would say, but learning something like Vital is great because it teaches you good good concepts of like sound design and how to work with synthesis and all kinds of stuff. And watch me for more tips. Oh, thanks, Bamboo. Yeah, I mean, we do talk a lot here on my stream all about basic music theory, basic arranging, mixing techniques, all kinds of good stuff. So if you want to stick around, and if you ever have any questions at all, please, I would encourage you to stop back in. I am always happy to chat about stuff, no matter how basic or simple. I love teaching. I love sharing. I've been doing music production professionally for 16 years. So, I'm so glad, Mac. Absolutely. Thank you very much for poking your head in. So yeah, I'm live every day, Monday through Friday at 2 p.m. I also offer, if you're ever interested in like one-on-one coaching or, lessons or anything like that, I definitely offer that. You can feel free to do !Discord in chat, and that'll get you a link to my Discord. You can reach out to me if that's something that's of interest to you. But yeah, welcome to the club, man. I support you wholeheartedly. Thanks, Bamboo. Perfect. And it's awesome to hear somebody wants to get into the game because it's very, very fun. It's very fun. It's very, very rewarding. And that is what is important. So, yeah, and then the more you learn about basic music theory, learning how other songs are written is great as well. So once you kind of know your basic chords on piano, your major and your minor chords, you can find resources that'll teach you how to play whatever it is you like, whether it's the stuff from Vanguard or like I don't know pop stuff like Ed Sheeran or whatever is interesting to you. Learning how other people have written songs and really breaking it down critically is a really good way to learn things as well, because you'll start to learn about like chord sequences and progressions that are really popular and common and good to have a good understanding of. So yeah. Love it. But anyways, yeah, I'm glad some of that is helpful for you. So jump in the Discord, give me a follow if you want to stick around. And chat. Thank you guys for all the great advice as well. This is all fantastic. Bamboo, you had asked. What did you ask? Any tips on browsing an ocean of synth presets trying to find the right sound? Totally. Yes, browsing synth presets. That's like the $1 million question. I honestly just look for words. Like having a good knowledge of like what each of your synths kind of does well. Yeah, I mean, making your own is always great. But yeah, no, I mean, I'll literally like if I pull up Analog Lab, let's say. I will drill down on what exactly I want. So let's say I know I want a pad. I will look down here and it's like, cool, maybe I want an evolving pad. And then I'll just like literally, okay, I'm writing something sci-fi-ish. So I'm probably not going to go for like mellow memories. That makes me, they usually do a pretty good job of naming these things. This makes me think of like maybe lo-fi. And that's okay, but I'm probably going to have more luck with like Interstellar. Yeah, that's much more sci-fi. Or Encounter Pad. Yeah, that could potentially work. So I try to look for like, Mars Magma. Oh yeah. Well, then they need to name their sound banks for Sarum better. But no, there's hours and hours of me just sitting here literally going, oh, yeah, I like that. So that's just kind of what you end up doing. And I always intend to start making like favorites banks as I scroll through stuff, but it never happens. But another thing that I'll do is like, if I find a sound that's even kind of close, I will probably just go, it's close enough. Let me then, open this up and go edit preset, open the instrument. And this is why I use the controllers that I do, because I have hands-on control between all of my Arturia stuff up here and then all my Native Instrument stuff down here. I can tweak really, really easily. I can tweak all those sounds right here. That's why I love these controllers so much. And at least take something that's like a close starting point and hone it in to exactly what I want. And then I am a guy who will 100% instead of trying to do everything on the synth, I'll get the synth sounding interesting, and then I will start reaching for effects plugins quite quickly. Delays, verbs, saturation, gating, all those different, where you might like, oh, I should set up a sequencer or an ARP in the synth to get, or, play with, the envelopes to get a really gated sound. I'll just reach for a tool like the tremolo in Studio One, or like an envelope shaper in Ableton or whatever, to get those sounds instead. Because it gives me, every synth is a little different, and sometimes you can kind of get lost in the sauce of like, oh, how do I accomplish this thing on this synth? And it's like, well, that's good to know sometimes, but I know the tools that I know, right? And so I'm going to reach for those tools when I need them. So yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So I'll go through presets till I find something that I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. I'll tweak it to taste, and then I'll start using other tools to get it to where I want it to be. That's how I work. I'm also not like a huge synthesis guy, like especially when it comes to more advanced like FM synthesis. I really don't understand, to be completely honest with you guys. I can build patches pretty well on basic sort of subtractive synths, like the Moog, anything Moog-ish or like Oberheim-ish. I can build a pluck, and I can build a super saw and all these kinds of things, and I can use Vital reasonably well. But I'm not one of these like wicked, sound design kids who are like, oh, I'm going to open up a blank Vital and like make a violin that sounds super convincing just from scratch using my own wavetables. Like, that is not me. So for guys like that who are really, into it, then you'll probably just build all your own patches. But I'm not that deep into synthesis. So for Vanguard songs you have heard, do you think the Ableton is endgame software? So I would start with BandLab or GarageBand. What I'm using, this Fender Studio, what it's called now Fender Studio Pro, is very much as powerful as Ableton. It is also what I would call like endgame production software. I've been using it professionally for 10 years. Autopilot, is it not doing the thing? It is on autopilot. I'm not sure it was, Lumia's hands off right now. Super. I'm not sure what's actually going on. Physical modeling in Vital is super fun. Oh, I'm sure it is. Probably know how to play an actual violin. I mean, teeny tiny bit. Oh, you're being bothered. Oh, okay, gotcha. Sorry, I thought you were saying Lumia was taking over it. I'm like, it shouldn't be. I don't know what's going on. Anyways, so yeah, there's some thoughts on that for you. But no, Mac, what I was saying, God, there's so many different trains of thought going on now. No, Mac, what I was saying is like endgame for producing that kind of stuff. I would say Ableton or FL Studio are good things to aim for. GarageBand and BandLab are much simpler and much more approachable. And since you're on Windows, it'll be BandLab because it's just very easy. There's not as many. You can't go as deep with the production stuff. But it's really good for just like kind of getting your feet wet and understanding the basics of like, cool, here's how to make a track. Here's how to program drums. Here's how to record a keyboard part or a piano part or use a piano roll, like simple things like that. And then once you're comfortable in BandLab and you've used it for a while, you've done a bunch of songs and you start understanding where the limitations of BandLab are, then moving into FL or Ableton would probably be two very good options for you. Cubase, if you enjoy the more orchestral stuff, like if you really enjoy working with violins and, kind of the symphony end of things, Cubase is a really good option for that. My software is a pretty good option for that. All of these programs now, Cakes, like Studio One can do Atmos, Cubase can do Atmos natively. Pretty much everything can do Atmos now. I don't, oh yeah, absolutely. Atmos is pretty common these days in terms of DAWs being able to handle it. It can't. Oh no. Do not use Pro Tools. Jesus Christ, don't use Pro Tools. You will never make music again. I would think that there's a way to do Atmos in FL. You might have to set it up funky, but they're just output channels, you know. I don't know if it has built-in tools for like the spatial panning and all that stuff, but yeah, Cubase can, Studio One can, Logic can. Yeah. Oh, you're so welcome. I'm so glad. Thank you again for hanging out. Okay, we've got an ad break coming up here in a second, so we're going to vibe for that. And then when you guys are back, we're going to take a look at Cake's track. And in the meantime, my wonderful subscribers, we can just hang out and vibe. No, I worked in Pro Tools for a little while and absolutely cannot stand Pro Tools. It is so convoluted. It is so icky. And it's so behind the times. There's so many things that Logic and Cubase and all these DAWs can do that Pro Tools can't. What was my... That's a progression I keep trying to get my fingers around. I wonder if there'll be a generational shift away from Pro Tools as the younger pro audio crowd becomes more established. Honestly, yeah, absolutely. Pro Tools was an industry standard for so long just because they were kind of the first to have a really robust system that replaced tape machines really cleanly. That's literally the only reason that Pro Tools was as successful as it was for so long. Because all of the big commercial recording studios that have been around for 50 years had been working on tape. And then as soon as Pro Tools was like, no, here's a digital recording solution that can do 24 tracks at a time and you can edit really, really easily. Because Pro Tools fundamentally still to this day works very much with a very old school, way of working where you are treating everything as if it were tape. It's got a tape transport. It's got all kinds of slicing tools and stuff to edit things like you would edit tape. And that was the name of the game. If you're talking about digital recording in 2002, that was great. Nowadays with MIDI, the MIDI implementation, Pro Tools is dog shit. It's terrible. So I need to buy a MIDI piano thingy too as a beginner. MIDI controller is what we call these. Can you recommend some starter ones that won't make me spend 3 payouts? Yeah, absolutely. I would start with a really simple, an Akai MPK is usually a pretty good, at least I think that's what it's called. They're kind of a mini deal. It's got about 25 keys. It's plenty for you to learn basic scales, basic chords. Yeah, the MPK Mini. This adorable little guy right here. Is a pretty great option for you because it's kind of got all the stuff that you need to start messing around and having fun. So it's got 25 keys for you to start learning, basic piano stuff. It's got a couple of drum pads so you can experiment with tapping out some drum parts. It's got some knobs that you can play with. And you can go to reverb.com, especially if you're in the States. I swear by this site. MPK Mini. This is like eBay, but specifically for you're in Europe. Okay, yeah, you can get stuff in Europe as well from here. Thomann is also great. German-based retailer. Thomann Music. They are kind of the gold standard in Europe for stuff. But you can also look on on Reverb, because Reverb sells used gear. It's kind of like the eBay of the music world, but a lot more trustworthy. And there are a lot of people lift stuff in Europe, and so you can get some amazing deals. I mean, here's an MPK Mini for $45. So that would be, whatever, I think like €35, €40, something like that. But yeah, I would start with something like this. Very affordable, very compact. You don't need a ton of room. And it'll give you a platform to really experiment. Like particularly this one, because it has the pitch knob. And then what we call a modulation knob that lets you do some fun things. A couple of drum pads, a couple of knobs. So you can learn a little bit about using MIDI mapping. It's got what we call the transport section, which is like a play button, a record button, a button to turn on looping. We call that a transport. Comes from the tape days. Then I just plug it into my PC and BandLab recognize it. Yes, more than likely. Sometimes you have to install drivers, but that's, you would buy it and then you would go to Akai's website, the manufacturer, and go to the product page, and it will have very clear instructions to get started with it. Especially for something like this that's really geared towards beginners, they'll have excellent documentation. But yeah, they look very, very fancy, but these work exactly the same as a typing keyboard. This does not make sound of any kind. It literally just sends the computer the information that I pushed that key and then how hard I pushed it. That's it. So this on its own is no different than this. They work pretty much exactly the same way. So any sound, any program, BandLab, or if you do end up moving up to Ableton or FL or something like that. And that's what MIDI is. MIDI is just what we call that information, that data. So like that is, whatever, C3. So MIDI is the communication protocol that says, okay, he pushed the note C3 this hard, and then he released that note. That's what MIDI is that talking to each other. And then same thing with knobs. As I turn these knobs, it's just sending MIDI information saying, oh, this is which knob. This hard and for that long. Exactly. It's just saying, oh, knob number 14 has been turned up 60%. And you can do what's called mapping, where you assign these knobs to different things in your program so that you have a hands-on physical, instead of clicking on stuff on screen and dragging little knobs around, you have hands-on control. That's most of here, we can show my whole rig here. Most of my studio is built around physical hands-on control. So like my drums over here, this is also just a big MIDI controller. These drums don't actually make any sound on their own. I mean, they're electronic drums. So of course you hear me tapping them, but these aren't like real cymbals. They're just rubber and they contain MIDI triggers. So I have this drum software called Superior Drum. So if I want to play a different drum set, like that's one that I made that's kind of for like drum and bass stuff, like that would be this would be a cool sound on something like the Vanguard stuff. Right? But then let's say I want to do like a rock, like a classic rock thing that sounds like the Rolling Stones or something like that. We can load up like this is John Bonham's drum set from Led Zeppelin. And it's literally translating everything that I play into MIDI, even down to like where I'm playing on the snare drum. You see how where I hit on the drum changes the sound? It's tracking everything, or it even knows when I touch the drum. it's incredible. Like the tech that we have is insane. Zoop. Can you set up MIDI triggers to a real drum kit? Yes, you can. You can put triggers on the drums themselves that work very similarly. So like I've got that, then I've got this whole thing that sits right in front of me. This is, we call a control surface. So if you watch on screen, see when I move this slider, it's moving this control here. Or when I like solo that channel, right? This controls everything about my DAW. So I can hit play, I can hit stop, I can move around my session using this knob, and I can mix just like I have a big old, it's for mixing, so mixing is the process of like taking all the individual elements in the song. So like, we've got a keyboard, we've got a drum set, we've got bass, we've got a singer. Mixing is balancing all of those here, right? What's more for mastering is then the process of once you have it mixed, you then the song goes down into like just one file, right? Just one final mix. That's just a left and a right. It's your song's done. Mastering is then treating the whole song all as one thing and getting it ready for release and distribution. So yeah, I've got this for mixing and for controlling my whole session. This lets me control all of my effects plugins. So like EQs, compressors, all this kind of stuff. And then I've got a few things for like live performance and jamming. You can't super see it. And this is more for Ableton, but I have this launch pad right here that does some cool stuff. I have this APC 40 over here that does some cool stuff. And then like I was showing a little bit ago, I have my keyboards over here that have a bunch of knobs that can help me control synthesizers and different parts of synthesizers. They have other drum pads up here, some sliders for controlling parts of my synthesizers, and then of course the keys. And again, the trippy thing is none of anything. Mastering from stems is for sure a thing as well. But none of this stuff. Oh, and I even have here, I forgot to show you this. This thing right down here, this is a hand drum controller. So this, if I make a new track here, hang on one second. So I don't actually have this one set up, but it's pretty cool. This is also just a MIDI device. Oh wait, I gotta do. Hang on. You'll like this. Session setup, audio I/O, add a stereo. Yes, 3/4. Input 1. Okay, cool. If I go here and I do this, so this is for like congas and different hand drum type instruments. Oh, come on, Studio One, work with me here. So this is like any hand drum that I could ever possibly need. So like that's a conga. Let's say I want a cajon. Or let's say I want, where's another cool one? Tablas. Oh, that's not tablas. Hang on. Djembe, like an African djembe. There we go. There's some tabla. So this has all kinds of crazy control. But that's the wacky thing. None of this stuff is actually making any sound. All of the sounds are digital. They're all in the computer. All these things are doing is just sending the information of what knob I'm turning, what key I'm hitting, which drum I'm hitting. It's just telling my computer that how much I've changed the fader, on a mix thing, and then the computer's doing all the processing. So, and that's all MIDI. It is all just MIDI information. So, it's pretty neat, and it lets me have comparatively an extremely small and compact studio that's pretty easy to use, and I can literally just sit here and spin in a circle and go from playing drums to playing, hand drums to doing cool triggering stuff, mixing, playing keys. I do still have real instruments with guitars because we don't really have good. I mean, we have good guitar libraries, but I play guitar and bass, so it's important and important for me to have real guitars and real basses, and I even have real percussion instruments like tambourines and a couple weird world instruments that I like to play with and stuff like that. So it's a fusion of like real stuff and digital stuff. But yeah, this is kind of the deal. This is how this stuff works now. It's pretty slick. So, but you don't need to worry about all of that. I'm just kind of showing off all my toys. Start with something like this and you'll get a ton of mileage. Because even just with this, like you have drum pads just like I do. You've got knobs just like I do. You've got controls for play and stop just like I do. You've got keys. Like this is just a tiny version of everything that I have. So it'll teach you how to set that stuff up, what parts of it you like using, what parts of it you don't like using, yeah, and all of this stuff is really shockingly affordable. So I'd recommend a keyboard like that. I would recommend an audio interface. So like, let's go to Thomann, just so we can give you some good recommendations here. An audio interface is what takes sound that is digital, that only exists in the computer, and actually translates it into sound that your speakers play back, and then takes a microphone and turns it into a digital signal that the computer can understand. So you'll just get a little box, a very simple little box, something like this would be a great option for you. Focusrite Scarlett, really good, cheap little interface. So you connect a microphone. If this picture would not be potato quality, you connect a microphone here, you can connect a guitar here, you've got a volume knob for the speakers, and then you plug this into your computer to record real sounds. Could be an option for you, a pair of speakers, a good pair of headphones. Yes, cakes. There are bazillions of used Focusrites out there for cheap. But yeah, and to your point, yep, you can just plug your guitar straight into that jack right there. Just guitar cable. And there's amp simulators. So like, I'm using a Guitar Rig here, or like Archetype Corey Wong is another really great one that I use all the time. That instead of having a real guitar amp, you just plug your guitar straight into your interface. And then I will show you this. This is neat. I'm having an excellent time just showing off the basics of things. Why are you not opening here? There we go. So this is what we call an amp sim. Where's my cable? Why are you unplugged? Come here. Yes, no, this thing sounds excellent. This is Archetype Corey Wong by Neural DSP. Welcome, Otrapik. Good to see you. Cakes, if you can spam emotes in chat. You can spam emotes in chat and they'll show up. Anybody can. Yeah. So it's similar. Rocksmith is like kind of the consumer end of this kind of stuff. These are the professional tools. So You can just do so many different things. It's pretty amazing. No, I cannot play Saint Anger. I'm so sorry. I do not know that. Um, no, I mean you gotta like spam emotes if you really want them to like do the thing. You gotta go like here you go. Kaspoo! It's pretty great. Hey, no, it's I'm glad you I'm glad you are so interested in it. It's very cool. If I will say, if you want to support the channel and you want to subscribe, that's incredible. But that is completely up to you. I generally don't ask for it, but yeah. See, there you go. Emote spam. She's like, where did they go when they fall off screen? Aw, I'm so sorry. We have our own co-host right back here, Toast. He's sleeping in his blanket at the moment, but yeah. Anyways, we were gonna do feedback for cakes a while ago. Sorry, it's been a bit, man. I appreciate you hanging out. But we're talking about fun stuff. So I appreciate you being patient. But let's go ahead and check out Cake's track. Oh, thank you so much, Mac. Very kind of you. This has the ride. Yes, I love a good ride. This is gorgeous, man. This is killer. I really appreciate the donation, Mac. That's very, very kind of you. Adsy, how's it going? This is sick, man. This is absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, no, it sounds fantastic. Very cool way to end the track. Really great structure overall. Great build. Great placement of drops. My main thought would just be that main. I think it's like a Pitts string sample that's going on the whole time. You start to play with the notes of that at the very end, and I feel like that could have happened earlier in the track. You know, doing stuff kind of more like that. But the changes are great, super classic. And you go up to B flat major at some point, I think. Absolutely classic, beautiful changes. So yeah, overall, it's excellent. It sounds really nice. I love the ride. I always love a good ride. I feel like ride is such an underused texture these days. It's great, man. Strong work. Your stuff always sounds so good and so clean. That like low fundamental sub is really nice too. And that like little background kind of patty thing that comes in is perfectly placed too. Because when we got to that point in the track, I was like, oh, I want something in the mid range. And then it showed up, which is great. It disappears a bit on smaller speakers. Yeah, and that's sometimes, and like when Haight was in here earlier, we were talking a little bit about using saturation and soft clipping to accentuate super subby stuff and give it a little bit more texture and presence in the upper mid. And in the mid range and the upper mid range, which is a great trick as well. So excellent job though. It's fantastic. Thank you for sharing. Your stuff always sounds so excellent. Opal, welcome back. And yes, I see your submission here, and it's perfect timing. I think we are going to close queue here for feedback real quick. Let me just do a pin a comment here. Feedback queue is closed. Come back Monday for feedback. Yay. Let me pin that real quick. Until end of stream. Great. I think this might be a good caller's track called Hallucinate by Ignitus. It does a great job. Feels like it has no mid-range, but it does. Yeah, for sure. And that is like a common thing with a lot of EDM that I hear where like people will go for really gritty highs and really detailed highs and then super extreme subs. But they forget about this beautiful mid-range richness that you can get out of sounds. Especially, I love just a good keys, kind of Rhodes-ish, or just something with that kind of shape to it, and then a nice long, verb. Is just such a lovely way to lush out a track. Yes, yeah, we will absolutely check it out. So yeah, all good stuff. But no, it's an excellent track. I love all the sounds that you've chosen. Great work, man. Let's check out Opal's track here. I think we have an ad coming up in a second, so we might attend to that. But you guys are subbed, so I don't think you'll have an ad. Yes, 2 years is a while ago. I had an old friend of mine hit me up last night and was like, "Do you have masters for a record we did like 7 years ago?" And I was like, "Actually, I do, believe it or not." You're one of the lucky ones who I really liked our project and was very proud of it, so I hung on to it. I don't generally keep things for that long, though. Because if I did, I would have, I mean, I already have terabytes and terabytes of shit, but. Yay. I so want that crazy synth to go and just nail that F sharp over that D major. Sick. Oh, Opal, you're so good. You're so good at stuff. What's that change? That main change that you're doing? So that's, what is that? Yeah, just like walking up A to the flat 2 from that perspective. A flat. And then C, I think major. So lovely. Very Radiohead, very everything in its right place.
Vadsy_0 wants feedback on their song.
Badsy, I will squeeze you in real quick. Technically, Q is closed for the day, but we can do one for you real quick. Don't worry about it. So yeah, you got a link there to a quick Google form. If you don't mind just filling that out for me, let me know in chat when you have done so. Just lets me know more about you and your track and what you're looking for feedback on. But gorgeous stuff, man. And I love that synth. And starting with it super filtered is really nice, and then opening it up, classic. It's excellent, man. I keep wanting it to hit that. But yeah, you're doing, what is it, Spanish major? What is that? Phrygian major is another name for that scale. Mode of melodic, no, harmonic minor. I think I'd have to think about it. Excellent though. You sure do have an ear for changes. It's great. Yeah, this is gorgeous, man. This whole record is just an extraordinary accomplishment. It's really, really, really cool shit. It's absolutely on the level of anything else I have ever heard. You ever want to collab on anything, man? You hit me up. No, don't hesitate. Because I would love to do something with you at some point. It's very, very impressive shit. Okay, we got one more feedback to do once Badsy submits here, and then here I'll start getting this open in the background. Then we're gonna jump back into finishing out this fantasy tune. You guys will enjoy this, I think. We started working on this piece yesterday. Here, let me get it opened up here in the background. So this is just like a kind of bone stock. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do this in the new one. A bone stock, just kind of upbeat, kind of cutesy fantasy piece. For a tavern management sim. And this is funny. We were talking about it as I was working on it yesterday. I don't really have a ton of information on the game itself. This was a bit of a slapdash referral from a client where they're like, "Hey, you do music, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, totally." They're like, "We have a fantasy, like a tavern management sim. Can you do a piece for it?" I'm like, "Sure. Tell me about the game. What are the characters? What's the deal with it?" They're like, "It's a fantasy tavern management sim." Like, okay. Excellent, Badsy. We'll check it out in a second. Thank you, Austral. Good to see you. How's it going? So it's like, I don't have a ton of information to go on, and they were sort of like, it's for the trailer, or it's a main theme for the game. I don't, it's fine. Just do a thing. So, yeah, and they asked me to not talk about the name of the game or anything. So I don't, it is what it is. But we're going to be finishing this out today. Really, just doing some really tried and true orchestrations, kind of stuff. Because it's a music video. Okay, gotcha. Cool. We will do that in a second. Also, Cakes, real quick. You had wanted us to look at a video. What was this? Oh, this was a reference for your track. Okay, yeah, I will check this out later, unless you want to watch it on stream, which we can do in a little bit. But is the game by chance called Ale and Tail Tavern? No, it is not. No, it's still in development. They weren't even really clear on how close to shipping it is, or if it's going to ship at some point, or what is going on, which I get sometimes. I have had developers tell me very, very little. Sometimes they don't. I try to do my whole, no, let's get to know each other and talk about your game and the world and the lore, and they're like, no, I don't care, just make a music for it. I'm like, okay, sure. That's fine too. So, okay, we'll do Cakes. Yeah, I mean, there's there's 9 million of these out there. A lot of them are kind of shovelware, and I'm wondering if that's the situation for this particular title. But you know, whatever. It's they're happy to pay me my fee to write a piece for them. So that's what we're doing. But let's check out Badsy's tune. Give me 1 second here. Just play piano for your melodies. Okay, very cool. Style is kind of different because of my kind of robotic character I am doing. Okay, interesting. So you said there's a link in chat that is. Oh, thank you, Badsy. Yes, it's a pretty good time in here. Where is the? Wait, did you put the link? Oh, I think that was Cakes that posted a video link. I think the link is it just this Google Drive link in your form, Badsy? I would assume so. Let's open that. Where'd it go? There it is. Yes. Okay. Cool. Oh, very cool, man. Well, greetings from New York to Egypt. Visiting Egypt is a thing that I must do at some point. Your country looks stunningly beautiful.
بكرسوا في الليمبو لما كلمة بينجو تلعب بالنتندو روحي تحب الكريبتو بكرسوا في الليمبو لما كلمة بينجو تلعب بالنتندو روحي تحب الكريبتو مش موتو شورت اشرب حسابات ضغط اللي كملوكش كام حاجة فرق بينا كام يوم وكام ساعة شايف مش حاسك لي من جام.
So did you do the beat as well, or are you just rapping?
سيستم بيبان في الغالب جاب شاش زي بيطول اني بقول كلام فارغ ديسكو كتير بس نسيتو كام ساعة يغمصوا في النيكوتين ده اداك حاجة كل حلو مودين جربير تقولش ان احنا خدنا منكو كتير اديت قلبي اديتها قلب بلاستيكي.
Very cool video.
تحليل البورتا يساوي كام بيبيع العب عقدها قبل ما فري دي مش للدرجة دي انا ما بتطلقي دوش طول الفاضي من ايزي من الكوي ويحكموا عندكي النيزة بيبتدي نظامه شواوي و3 سنين بالذات سكين بترجع حاجات كتير ما كتبتهاش بس بليز حبيت نصر ساعتين في مجال انا هفضل برضه رابر مش تقليد كل مرة تفهم ديس بسيس تحس انك من بلا ضغط بكرسوا في الليمبو لما كلمة بينجو بتلعب بالنتندو روحي تحب الكريبتو بكرسوا في الليمبو لما كلمة بينجو.
Darth Vader breath. Yeah. It's a good way of putting it.
بجرب بعمل تكست كل ما بتنتج بحسك بس فيني انكوش وش كليم بوس لسه بندوش خلص من الدس او كل مستحوذ امال مين خسر فيني ما تنونوش وتقول لسه ترجع تبعت يا دوس ديسمس ودي مش طرش اللي طفش عارف انسان سنين مجوف لساني متابع كتير بفوت كلام الناس خلى فيرستي تخوف النية وصلت اوعك تهوب بالصفقة فجر خش اكوش في الصيف ادون في الشتا دون اما بصش وين ما تقوليش اموت اما راضي الناس ما تقوليش اهوش وعجبي ما احبش ان اللي فدا بيه عديت وبرضه جرب شكلي محدش بيقلب فينا شبهي زي ما شفتش بقى تمني ضيفتي بقى بماكي ديناميكي خلتني ملاعب زوري بدني وانا ملعبش لحن في جريري غير لما اتاكد انه عجبي لما كلمة بينجو تلعب بالنتندو روحي تحب الكريبتو بكرسوا في الليمبو لما كلمة بينجو تلعب بالنتندو روحي تحب الكريبتو.
Cool. Great job. Very polished, very well produced. I love the vocal production. Mix overall sounds really, really nice. I kind of want a little more like snap and top end out of the snare in particular. Um, uh, like volume wise, the snare is good. I kind of wish it was a little like sharper, grittier, had a little more like top end to it. And I actually feel like the hi-hat and kind of topper elements could come up just a little bit. Because they're a little further in the back than I typically hear in beats like this. But your vocal performance is excellent. You've got really, really good natural time, really good natural sense of time and rhythm with your voice. And I love. I assume it's Arabic. It sounds like Arabic to my ear. Not that I know like 3 words in Arabic. Shukran, marhaba. But it's very cool to hear this presented so rhythmically in Arabic. It's a beautiful language and it grooves really, really, really well. So that's cool. Your vocal mix is really clean, and all the delays and stuff you have set really, really nicely in the mix. So I think you're in good shape there. Your voice sounds nice overall. Like EQ wise, sounds really, really nice. Kick and subs, I think are in a good spot. I think, a little grittier on the snare, hats up and topper, stuff up a little bit. And then I think you could master it. I don't know if it's mastered yet or if you've had a mastering engineer work on it. I do mastering. If you need somebody, I'd be happy to talk to you about it. Jump in my Discord with !Discord if you're interested. But I think mastering it a little bit more, like it feels mastered very light at the moment. And I could use just overall like more compression, more kind of vibe and push from the master. Just in terms of like a little more compression, maybe a little bit more kind of saturation and vibe in the mastering chain. I think would do a lot for it to just feel a little bit more upfront and a little bit more like in your face overall. Friend suggested the Ozone AI thing. Yeah, and that's that's what's on it. Yeah, for sure. So those tools can be fine. Like if you're just sending, like I'll do that. I'll use stuff like that if I'm just trying to send an idea to somebody and I just want to level it out. It's like I don't really want to spend 10 minutes setting up a master chain. I'm just going to throw a preset on it and throw it to somebody and be like, here's an idea or something. Those have their place. I would not trust, especially like with the level of polish in the track. Mastering is not like I charge $30 American for mastering for the USD, which is I actually don't. I would assume you use dinar in Egypt or maybe dirham, but I don't know how that would convert. But it's pretty affordable to have a good mastering engineer do a track these days. And I would definitely recommend going in that direction because the automated tools just never, like it's kind of no different than just using a preset, which is like fine sometimes and there's nothing like wrong with it. But like you guys have put, the video is great too. I was going to say that the video is really polished, very vibey, very like dark and moody, fits the tone of the tune really, really well. With the amount of polish that you guys have put on the track and how good it sounds and how good the video looks, I wouldn't skimp on the mastering. Whether like you guys do it yourselves or if you send it out to somebody like me or another mastering engineer, I would recommend doing that. Please jump in my Discord. I think somebody stuck the link up above. Hit me up. I would be more than happy to work on it with you. And we'll get it sounded nice and tight and polished. Over on the YouTube side, am I reading chats from Aditya Gupta? Hello there. A little bit. YouTube chat is kind of crazy sometimes, just in terms of people come in and say things that aren't really super related to chat. So I do read the YouTube chats for sure. And if people have like good questions or good conversations, absolutely. But a lot of things that show up in YouTube chat are kind of not related to anything that we're doing. So those I generally tend to not pay attention to. YouTube also has a massive delay because like Twitch has about a 5-second delay. YouTube is almost a minute. And that's because I like having captions enabled so people can follow along in different languages. Even without captions, it's still like 30 seconds. So it's a harder chat to keep up with than the Twitch chat. But anyways, Badsy, overall, it's really, really great, man. That's like those notes on the snare and that stuff is pretty minor. I think overall it's really, the lyrics are really cool. I mean, Arabic is a much more efficient language than English is. And it's also always interesting, something that like rhymes and flows really well in a different language. Like in English, it's a lot of information, but I know that's just a language thing. But like, it's clear that you're doing, it's really interesting imagery. I can certainly follow what's going on. I'm probably not the best guy because I'm not really a great like lyricist in my own right. I'm more of a mixing and mastering engineer, producer. I don't sing or rap or write lyrics myself. And then with the difference between the two languages, you can say a lot more in a few words in Arabic than you can in English. So like the translation's great and your translation is excellent. So I can follow it all just fine, but it's a little hard for me to judge, just because of the language barrier. But I mean, from what I am reading, it's really cool. It's a lot of cool imagery. It's, I understand the message, all of that. And like, I like the chorus has a lot of space in it, which is really good because there's a few, excellent, Padsy. Thank you, man. I appreciate you coming and sharing it. No, my last thought was like the verses are pretty dense. And there were a few moments where I'm like, oh, this might be getting a little bit wordy. Like there's just a lot of words. But then you keep coming back to the chorus and the chorus is really open. So there's good contrast there. I like that a lot. So great job overall, man. It's fantastic. You sound great. And it's very, like I said, just polished, well put together. A couple of mix tweaks, and I think a good quality master, and you guys will be in good shape. So thank you again for sharing. I appreciate it. Okay. On that note, what else did we have here? Oh, Mac, would it be okay to make a video request? I'm so curious about what you think of a song, how hard you think songs like that to make are. Yeah, we can check it out real quick. Yeah, of course, Badsy. Thank you for sharing, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, go for it, Mac. We can take a quick look. I probably won't listen to the whole thing because I want to get to work on this scoring project. But yeah. We can check it out. No, you are. You're a jam. But yeah, post the link. Go for it. In the meantime, we can. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, yeah. Very cool track. Difficulty level. I mean, this is definitely, this is high-end production for sure. There's a lot of things going on. It's not as dense as certain things. Like there's some like anime music that's just like every instrument in the world is on the track. And that's not quite this. But so basically like the core concepts here, obviously you've got nice piano. You've got some strings going on. You have some choir stuff that comes in later. And then you have some general like beats, like drum programming, and then some really big ripping synths, which are probably a plugin like Serum can do that kind of stuff. Vital can do that kind of stuff. Trillion from Omnisphere does those kinds of those kinds of sounds. There's also, this stuff is all about what we call automation, and automation is basically you can program different elements. So like if I look at one of my plugins here in this piece, all of these different controls. This is an orchestral piece, so there's all kinds of, this is basically a whole symphony orchestra is what we're working with here. But automation, we can program things to change over time, right? So like I could come here to my French horns and say, I want to automate the volume to turn itself up and down, for instance, right? So I can come in here, I create an automation lane. And then as I do that, it's automating the volume to go up and down. That's a very simple example. But production like that involves an enormous amount of automation of different things. So automating your synthesizers to change their sound and do different things over time. It's a very clean mix. So like they have a really good understanding of good mixing techniques. I would say if you wanted like a 1 to 10 on the complexity scale, I'd probably put this around a 6 or a 7. And that's in the world of like professional production. So it's pretty high end. It's not like super hard to do. There's no techniques in here that are like, oh, that's really, super deep, advanced, like, really complex music theory stuff that's really like, postmodern high level chord extensions and tetrachords and all kinds of complex music theory. Not so much. And there's not a zillion really complicated synth design things. Yeah, the bass design is complex, but there's a lot of presets out there where you literally can just automate an LFO and it'll sound pretty much exactly like that. Like I know there's Serum, especially if you get extra preset libraries for Serum, has, dozens of different, or like Microfreak from Arturia has a lot of really cool sounds like that, where you can just pull it up and it's like, you're ready to go. And funnily enough, like I'm willing to bet that that's exactly what these guys did. Usually when you get into really commercial production stuff like this, and this applies for me, I use presets all the time. I'm not sitting there. If I want a bass sound like that, I am fully just going to pull up Massive or the Microfreak or something that I know can do that and just find a preset and tweak it to taste. Like I'm not going to sit there and design that from scratch. Usually because I just don't have the time, even though I could do that and I enjoy doing that sometimes. Like for this piece, this entire thing is due next week. So like to sit here for 2 hours today and build a bass patch, that's that complex. No, I'm just going to pull up a preset because I need to get it done. And I would imagine this Vanguard, I don't know if this is like a label or a production house or kind of what these guys are. But if these guys are churning out tracks like that, I guarantee you they're using a lot of presets and libraries to speed the process up. So, but yeah, you've got beats, you've got that cool bass sound, you've got some orchestration, you've got some piano, and then a lot of automation, a lot of like big spacious reverbs are going on in here. And some nice like transition-y risers and stuff like that. So it's not wildly complex, but it's definitely, they make OSTs for a lot of Chinese games for sure. So they're a high turnover, they want to get stuff done fast. Yeah. It's not wildly complex, but it's definitely a more I would say, more on the advanced end of things to put a piece like this together. But thank you for sharing. And on that note, let's go ahead and get into our work for the day. So again, this is just a very kind of catch-all fantasy. Excellent. I'm so glad, Mac. Yeah, if you do your homework and you really get into it, you could probably start making stuff like that within a year or two, I would think, pretty easily. Maybe even quicker. It depends on what kind of a learner you are and how much time you put in, obviously. But yeah, absolutely. So yeah, this is a pretty basic run-of-the-mill fantasy piece. As I said a few minutes ago, I don't really have a ton of a question out of fairness. If I redeem a video react to send a video of a rescore I did for a trailer, I would probably put that in the feedback category. I mean, I guess it's what you want out of it. Video react is usually for stuff like that, like, oh, hey, check out this thing and maybe do like a production overview of it. If it's something that you've done, yeah, I would probably put that in the feedback bucket. Very fair question, though. But no, so this is like catch-all, upbeat, lighthearted, kind of cutesy, I would say 10% silly theme for this tavern management sim game. We don't know honestly much about it beyond just that, and that's fine. We don't necessarily have to know all of the intimate details of a project to work on it. I'm just recoloring a couple of things here to keep my own brain straight. But yesterday we got the session set up, we got it written, and we got started on the orchestration. So today we're really just trying to... What's up, Infested? Good to see you, buddy. We're really just trying to finish it. So I'm just coloring a few things here. Very good. So let's take a listen to what we have so far. So we have the main... The arrangement is done on piano, and that's what we're working with. And then we did the first sort of A section of the tune is fully orchestrated out. I would say 95% of what we want it to be. So today is literally just going to be taking the rest of these sections and order a kind Focusrite MIDI control, or the Focusrite audio interface. Yep, absolutely. Tomorrow, and just start learning music theory and try stuff out. No, Mac, you come back anytime, buddy. I'm as you can see, I'm happy to chat. One thing I would add is if you're getting an interface, just make sure you have a pair of headphones or speakers to connect to it. Because you do need something to listen back on, and you'll want to connect. An interface is both input into the computer and output from the computer. So you can get a good pair of headphones for, $20, $30. I would recommend Audio. Yeah, perfect. Yep, you're good. Audio-Technica makes great headphones. Yep. Yes, you're already good. So yep, that is, dude. You can get so much mileage out of that rig. Absolutely, that's perfect for somebody who's into it and just getting started. Little Focusrite interface and a little keyboard. If you've already got a guitar, awesome. And then a pair of headphones in your computer, you're good to go. So yeah, let's listen to what we have so far here. You guys will get the vibe of it immediately. We kind of have a main theme that we establish. Then we get into the A section, then a B section, then it goes back around to the A section, and then it closes with the main theme again. So... And then it's back to that same theme. We're going to change up the melody here a little bit too. And then there you go. So that's the whole thing. They wanted 60 seconds, and it's pretty much there on the nose. I like where the tempo's at, and it feels, yeah, it's a little cute. It's upbeat. It's, simple. It's nothing too crazy. I did throw in, they said they wanted at least a moment of like kind of drama. So I threw in just that little change right there. Just for like a moment where it shifts to a slightly different tonality for a second. Oh yeah, the audience stuff is excellent. Their preamps sound really, 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 really good, especially for the price. I have the SSL 12, which I love because it's got SSL pre's in it. Also in a similar tier to that, to the audience stuff. Yeah, I used to have insanely high-end interfaces. I used to use Antelope audio stuff. Like I had an Antelope Orion 32 for years when I ran my commercial studio, and then I had a Zen Tour, which these are like, the Orion was like 3,500, I think. Very, very high-end stuff. You don't really need it anymore, It used to be 10 years ago that the cheap interfaces, you could hear a difference. Anymore, once you get up into that, like the audience sort of $300-400 range, they're, yeah, well, and that's, I love the Antelope stuff because of how it sounds. It sounds lovely. The issue is that it is not very reliable, to be honest with you. Like the software is super, super buggy. I will say, the Antelope stuff, you can hear a difference in the clocking. When you, like, if you're working on a really good system, the top end is like ridiculously open on the whole thing. And it sounds more, it does sound noticeably more open and detailed in the upper frequencies and in the mid range a little bit. Because they have their own custom converters that are super high end. And then you get up into the world of like the Lynx and Prism stuff and the like Burl mothership, and it's like $1,000 a channel for converters like that. And, of course they sound incredible, but no, for the stuff that we do. And for me here, it's like, I don't need, oh yeah, no. And they become increasingly more complicated to hook up. Like my favorite is the Burl mothership. I've never used one of these in person, but it's like a whole modular rack mounted. It's like, that's your audio interface at a certain point. And it's like, you have to buy each of these cards separately. Better, yes, no, and you need to be, unless you're working on like ATCs or, just like Barefoots, Focals, ridiculously high-end monitors, you're not even going to hear a difference. But yeah, let me tell you, back when I had my Focals and the Antelope, the Zen Tour, which was, I had the like, I had this super, super fancy one. Yeah, this was my interface for quite a while. That with the Focals, like, my God, you could really, what are monitors? Yes. So monitors are speakers that are specifically designed for music production. So we call them monitors for short. The full name is like a reference monitor. Yes, it's from Antelope Audio. Yeah, I had that, and then when I had my commercial studio, I had the Orion, which was this guy, which was all D-sub in and out on the back. Here, let me see if I can find. I don't know if I've ever shown off a picture of what my rig used to look like back in the day. I'm sure I have photos of this. One second. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, so this is the rig I used to work on. So I had all the toys. I had a whole rack of analog synth stuff. I had like Neve 1073 clones. These are Audient 16 channels of Audient pre's. There's the Orion in the rack, SSLG series bus compressor, Neve 2254 clones, 1073 clones. Over here, you can't see it. There's a whole other rack here with a bunch of tube stuff in it, and then a pair of Pultecs and a pair of Dizengoff AM864 clones. So I was like all analog for a while, and I had everything hooked into the Orion, and I could do all my patching digitally, which was amazing. Patted down like a psych ward. It is in here too. I've got full treatment. I've got full treatment in here as well, like monitor controller. I had all the stuff, but no, in here I've got a ton of treatment. That's very similar. Funnily enough, one of your best bets for cheap acoustic treatment, you guys know the cubicle walls that offices get rid of, or that they have in offices? If you can find an office that's closing down, and you can go, a lot of times they'll give away those cubicle dividers for free. They weigh a zillion pounds, but if you like own a house or you're in a long-term rental and you know you're not leaving, go find an office that's closing down and go get this room, literally in this picture. These are all, it's kind of hard to see. These are all cubicle walls. Like you see how it's like wrapped, and this is a freestanding thing that's set aside from the wall. These are all cubicle dividers. They are amazing acoustic treatment. They're fantastic. I just got tired of dragging them around. But in here, I've got Automute blankets that wrap literally the entire room. And then I've got my cloud up here. This is a free-floating acoustic cloud. And then I've got Automutes all along over this side as well. And then behind my rig. What a cool life hack. Yeah, no, it's like, they're amazing. And then of course I've got the diffuser that I built back here as well, which is nice. What are they made of? Rockwool? Yeah, they've got multiple layers of, it's layers of Rockwool. A lot of them have PVA inside of them, which is polyvinyl acetate. It's like a really dense acoustic treatment that really absorbs like crazy. So yeah, if you want to treat a room, really the number one thing to do, unless you can like hire an acoustician to really come in and tune it for you, just put fucking blankets everywhere. Don't use the foam. Don't go on Amazon and buy the foam squares. They look cool. They don't do anything. They do absolutely nothing. They're a total scam. Wrap the room in as thick and heavy of blankets as you possibly can. And just take the room completely out of the question. Home-built Rockwell panels are great. John said, yeah, if you want to go crazy, you can get all that kind of stuff. Another dumb question. There are no dumb questions, Mac. In the future, let's say I make songs for a game or whatever. I need monitors because headphones are not enough for all the like high and lows of a song. So it's less about that. It's just you should have both. You should have a good pair of mixing headphones, and you should ultimately have a good pair of monitors, because a lot of people listen to things in headphones. A lot of people listen to things on speakers. Headphones it's a very direct sound, and you get no room ambiance whatsoever. Monitors show you how things sound in a room, and even today, people listen all the time on earbuds. Gamers listen on gaming headphones. People still listen on speakers a lot. And you can you can do whatever, but you can, it's always a good idea to have both as an option, right? And live venues are on speakers. Yeah. So if you're ever certainly doing anything that's going to be played in a club, then yeah, speakers are a good thing. It's just as many like points of reference as you can have. The more the better, right? Because it's like getting a really good mix and a really good master is all about translation. We call it translation. How songs sound on different systems. So like your mix ideally should sound really good no matter whether someone's listening in headphones, if they're listening in AirPods, if they're listening on their phone, if they're listening on a gaming headset, if they're listening on computer speakers, in a home theater, it should sound good across the board. And so having good headphones and then a good pair of speakers just helps you ensure that your track is going to translate to all these different settings really, really well. So, yeah, that's the idea. But anyways, enough of my random folder of pictures from my life. Just gonna start a pair like a PMC. Nothing from PMC is budget. Indeed, Infested, are you not in the Discord? You should get in the Discord, buddy. Everybody should be in the Discord. It's a good place. Okay, let's keep working on this track here. I think we started yesterday just so I could kind of get sounds established with this first A section, and now I'm kind of, I don't know whether or not to do the main opening theme or not quite yet. I want to drag all of this back a bar just so we have a little bit more breathing room. Yeah, I guess we can kind of start thinking about our main little cue here. So we're going to be spreading. Oh yeah, the iLoud micros are really cool. When I was traveling through Southeast Asia a couple of years ago shooting for Bard, that's what I brought with me. Was the micros. They're very, very cool. Okay, so we're gonna take our melody here and we're gonna slap it on our horns for sure. So we're gonna put it on trumpet, and then we're gonna put it on our French horns first and foremost. Then we're probably gonna have first violins harmonize it. Just for kind of fullness. So let's drop these down an octave here. And we're definitely going to want that to go back to there. Well, we're missing a note. Yeah, don't buy KRKs. KRKs are dog shit. Yeah, starting monitors. Honestly, the ones I always recommend are Kali. Kalis get amazing reviews all the time, and they're very affordable. Okay, so that all sounds pretty good, but I do want... let's just focus on our trumpets here first. So I want these to swell and move a little bit. So we want them to start sharp and then back off and then swell. So I want like ba da 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 ba da 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 ba is what I want out of these. So we're going to use our modulation lane here to control exactly how hard our trumpeters are playing. And then we're going to have them do what we call faux piqueur, forte, piano, crescendo. Yep, just like that. And we'll have them hold that whole bar. And then we're going to have our French horns do exactly the same thing. So we can just copy that modulation lane, come down here to our horns, and throw it in. And then the French horns will be will drop back down and take the melody moving into the next section. Yeah, the Atom T series stuff is really, really great too. They're excellent. Music teacher of mine literally proved to us with graphic tools and stuff that KRK speakers have a factory fault built in that never corrected for years. Yes, no, KRKs. I had a pair of Rocket 5s years ago. They are the most hyped, weird, tinny, shitty sounding speakers. Post a pic of my battle station in the Discord. Oh yeah, absolutely. Wait, did you put that in on Brain Rot? I want to see. Oh Jesus Christ! Yeah, those PMCs. Yeah, yeah, totally beginner monitors. Absolutely. Hang on, come back here. Share your work. Aha. Ooh. Oh, that's lovely. Here we can, at the risk of pulling up my Discord here. That's dope, man. That looks great. Yep, got the atoms, got the MIDI controller, got the old focus right there. Excellent. And I love a bunch of just like real random silly melodica. Very cool. I love it. That's fantastic. Little is what is that? An SM? No, it's not an SM7. What mic is that? No, that is, yes, that's an SM7. For some reason, my brain only registered that as the mic and didn't see the end of it. Very cool, man. That's a great little rig. Yeah, I mean, you guys see mine from kind of an odd angle. I should post a picture of my actual whole setup from like back there looking forward, because it looks actually probably quite different than you guys might think it does. Anyways. I mean, yeah, here. That's quick and easy to do. 1 second. Zip. Hang on. Share your work. Zwink. Go. There's what my rig looks like right now. from the yeah, everybody wave. Yeah, exactly. Let's look. Oh yeah. Oh, that is clean for sure. That's very clean. I love it. Mine is not clean. Mine is kind of chaotic. Opal. Ooh, very moody Opal. I love it. If anybody's watching who's not in the Discord, we're all posting our rigs in Discord right now. This is neat. Oh, is that the A25? Is that the NI A25 controller? How do you like that? I've always been curious about getting one of those for traveling. Oh, and look, there I am on your screen. That's funny. Yeah, so the A8H, I mean, I kind of originally bought them because I'm like, they look sick. Just used as a stand. Very good. Okay. Oh yeah, this is what we were doing. We were dragging that out. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with getting no work done. I mean, we're just vibing. It's fine. I want that a little bit hotter right there, and then probably same over on the trumpets, just to lean into the dynamics. Cool. Okay, that's good. So now let's take that and let's build a harmony for our first violins here, and then we'll build out some other things. And we probably want Mercado, sustain, so accented bowing. Okay. So let's harmonize this now. There's that. What's up, Infania? Good to see you again. How's the song going? Song is going great. We just got back into working on it after a whole bunch of just chatting about. We have a new producer hanging out with us who's interested in getting into music production, Mac. Who is? We've just been talking about like good starter gear and showing off our studio builds and the. Oh yeah. This guy. This thing sounds so cool. Yeah, showing off all of our studios in the Discord and all kinds of stuff going on. This is just kind of a throw together piece for a fantasy tavern management game. And so we're going to do the same thing here with that forte piano crescendo deal. And then we're going to use modulation here on our strings controls vibrato. So we're going to have them kind of lean into the vibrato over these two phrases here. And then do the same thing here at the end. I could have just copied and pasted that, but it's fine. Okay, great. Excellent. So we'll have that go to just plain sostenuto there. Okay, great. So we've got our melody taken care of here. Oh, do we want flutes? I think we want flutes as part of the texture here as well on this melody. So let's get those going real quick, and then we'll start building out the lower harmony stuff. And let's first of all deal with that. No, I want higher from you guys. Transpose up an octave. Skazam. Yeah, there we go. That's fantasy. Oh yeah, and then we will do the same Fopiker here. I love it. Okay, so now let's just copy some voices around. Let's get our lowest voice here. This is going to go to our basses of transposition in Studio One. There probably is. I'm sure there is, in fact. Usually the shortcuts in Studio One are pretty dang good. I don't know what it is, though. I'll be honest. Let's see here. Well, actually, probably not, because it's a separate menu in here. Although maybe there, I don't know. So here we want that. And we want you nice and big and full. And then we want you to do that. And then honestly, oh, wait. No, not note controller. I want, look, get out of here. Copy and delete. We need to be on CC11 here. And paste you like so. Yeah, just like that. Control up is transpose 1 octave in Ableton 2. You can't. The other way that you can do it is if it's just a MIDI region, you can just go here. But because it's all one region for the song. Okay, so that's our lowest voice, which is our basses. Now we're going to take our middle voice and put it on cello. And then take the rest of it and put it on the violas. Mercado, CC11. I don't know why it keeps getting away from that. That's kind of annoying. Okay. Shared your room too. Oh my God, everybody's posting their setups. That's great. Who is that? That's Otropic. I have streamer mode, so I can't exactly see everybody's. Oh, with the very nice with the behind the monitor lighting. Oh, a beautiful collection there. Beautiful collection, Mac. I love it. On the box there, your little box of fun. You guys have seen mine for sure. It's back here. This is my box of trim. I have way too much shit in here. We might even use some of this shit. But yeah, I have a whole massive collection. And a lot of this stuff I've gotten like on tour and traveling. Like this is from Nicaragua. I got this on in Jerusalem. Yeah, all over the place. That I got in New Mexico. Yeah, stuff from all over the place. Would I record on the NT2? Absolutely, I do all the time. It's a great sounding mic. Do you have any VST recommendations for funk, fusion, jazz type drums? I'm thinking about making some sort of funk soul song. Yeah, I mean Superior Drummer. If you can swing it, Superior Drummer is the best in the business for absolutely anything. Yeah, I mean, really anything that focuses on like acoustic drum sounds should have pretty good funk stuff. Oh man, well that sounds lovely. We just want to lush it out a little bit, and then we're going to do probably some counter movement with the low brass. I think it'll be going to be fun. Very, very, very nice. Yeah, the Rode mics are great. They're really bright, so they don't always work on every singer. I've found a lot of times that people will buy like an NT1 or an NT1A, and if they already have a pretty bright voice or kind of a sibilant voice, it can sound a little not great. But for a lot of things, they work really, really, really well. Okay, so now next voice up is going to go to violas. So that is this guy right here. And then these two here. And then we'll probably find a good harmony to do on our second violins as well. And then again with the crescendo here. And my computer hates me. Yep, Yeti stuff also sounds quite solid for what it is. What mic is it, Cakes? I love finding stuff like that. Honestly, the NT2 is like kind of in that class because you can find them for not much money at all. Oh, interesting. All right. You're the first person I've ever heard say those old weird Behringers actually sound good. Computer, work with me here. Why are you freaking out? Okay, I think I know what I need to do here. We're going to turn these off. My direct-to-disk recording here, I think, is interfering with things because it's too many requests to hard drives all at once. Yeah, we might have to adjust the buffer. Yeah, that helped enormously. Let's see if this helps. So weird. There we go. We can live with that. Okay. That all sounds good. Our low brass here is not going to be that crazy. We're just going to go sustained and then modulation. We're going to put somewhere in the middle. Excuse me, why are you so angry? I don't want you that angry, though. Oh, yeah, there we go. That's probably fine. You could literally buy 40 of them for the price of a Q87. That's very true. Yes, Max, your figurine collection is pretty nutty. Let's see here. Yay, Chill Lime, we love it. So yeah, G. Oh, wait. That's way too fast, isn't it? Zoop! That's what I meant to do. And then... It's now time for your bed. Yes, that is... You're crazy for being up at 5:30 in the morning. Yeah, this sounds so good. I'm loving this so far. No worries, Opal. Thanks so much for hanging out, man. Always good to see ya. Is that too cheesy sounding? No, honestly, that kind of sounds great. And then for our dulcimer, yeah, in context, I think it adds a nice richness. And then let's take our second violins, and we're actually going to have our second violins play the main melody as well, I think, just to reinforce it a little bit more. The first violins are doing a really nice harmony, and that's all fine and good. But I do want... and let's go, yeah, let's try this. Fine, make me lower my buffer. Gross. And then these will walk down together. So now these should be harmonized. Yeah. Very nice. Now let's do something fun with our with our clarinets and our bassoons. So we got this. Yeah, I think if we go like this, bum bum dum da da dum. So that's 1, 2, 3. So that's leading into 4. Where's an F here? This is going to sound kind of silly for a second, but stick with me here. I think this is going to be cool. Need this loud and proud. Nope. Accented. Is that really as loud as you can get bassoons? I guess it is. We'll see if this works. Hang on. I don't know if this is going to work, but we'll find out. Because I want to copy this now to our, nope, not like that, to our clarinets. And go here, and then go up an octave, please. And then give me accent. Recommendation for an inexpensive and functional de-esser. Ooh. Silk. Honestly, it's not explicitly a de-esser, but Silk from Waves is I think I've told you about it before, is like everything on my vocal chain now and does de-essing insanely well. And it's like $40. It tames sibilants super, super well. $35 right now on sale. Grab this. This thing is absolutely amazing on vocals. And you can use it just like a de-esser, but it does a whole bunch of extremely handy sort of spectral compression-y stuff. I love it. I swear by it now. I think it's excellent. Let's actually think if we pull these even higher. I like where the tonality of them is sitting. Can those go up an octave on bassoons? They can. Sorry, bassoons. I'm asking you to play very high, which is not easy to do on bassoon, but. I like that. That's fun. I like that a lot. I don't know if I like that exactly. The advantage of having bassoon players trapped inside a plugin is you can't get charged for slavery. 100%. I kind of love that. I think that's very appropriately kind of goofy. And then we're gonna save percussion stuff for the end. So now we want to do something with our dulcimers. And what we can do, what I want to do at least, is take our main chord movement and just make it almost harpsichordy. So let me first do this. First of all, we're going to go set all of our lengths to, what are those, quarters? No. What did I click? Add. Set all to quarters. There we go. And then we want to set you guys to eighths. It's probably not the fastest way to do this, but that's okay. And then set you to quarters, and we'll drag you out. And then we can, I'm so happy it's Friday. No more corporate business or interruptions. Had a bath, and now it's chillax times. You did not miss much, Super. We're vibing. Yeah, so I stream every Monday through Friday at 2 p.m. Eastern in the U.S., 8 p.m. Central European time. Every day, Monday through Friday. So, we're actually going to do this the other way. We're going to get rid of that. I'm just trying to make like kind of a basic little, well, perfect. That's great. I love it. You should definitely do that. I'm just trying to turn this into a nice little friendly sounding pattern that some dulcimers might play. So we're going to octave these up so they're a little bit brighter. That sounds fantastic, Super. Oh, oops. That's what we want. Yeah, more or less. Well, come here. We're just converting this from a piano part into more of a plucked sort of a part here. Does Waves have unlimited installs? No. Well, no, it doesn't have unlimited installs. You can install across multiple machines. Their licensing is kind of weird. And then we'll have this kind of like roll into the chord here. A little bit more than that. There we go. Lovely. Oh no. Uh-oh. Synthesizer. Oh, Jesus. It's little 8-bit packages for a bar. So, no, I mean, I would add a lead if anything. Uh, we call those mouth harps now infested. It counts if you design your own oboe. Oh, God. Guys, I need to finish this. Reroll. It's okay, infested. Add the effect. Okay, now we're adding synth and we're adding effect. No, every time you spin it, we have to do it. So now I have to find a lead. Oh God, what's a lead I could add to this? Too late. You spun it, Super. It's you get what you ask for. What's like a fluty? I'm sure there's a fluty lead that would make sense here. Oh who? Don't let my well, you shouldn't have spun the wheel then. We'll use augmented woodwinds. Augmented woodwinds is good. I'm sure there's a nice fluty lead here. That'll sound good. No, I don't need a tutorial. Thank you very much. Here, let's get out of here. Leads, yes, leads. No, oh no, that's pads. Back. Pad lead. There we go. Let's go the soft lead. Oh, we only have two options. Let's hear it with the flute thing. It's nice, yes, but it's not. Oh, thanks, Ochpick. Welcome back. I actually liked this one better. It does almost kind of work. That actually does kind of almost work a little bit. I hate to admit it, but... It doesn't sound bad at all. And then effect. I don't know what effect I would add. I mean, we need some compression. But you technically get to pick the effect, Super. If you leave them to my own devices, I'm just going to throw a compressor across the mix because I've been meaning to do that anyways. And we like using very clean compressors on stuff like this. So usually go with something vocoder. Guys, this is for a client. Oh, who would we want to use here as a Huza? What is Huza? I don't even know what a Huza is. Honestly, yeah, like SPL Iron would probably sound pretty dope here. Vital Oboe in Discord. Excellent. Thank you. I will, if I need it, I will go grab it. Wow, that actually sounds phenomenal. 200% distortion? I can only give you 100%. Are you happy now? My favorite mastering, seriously. Can you just duplicate the device? What are you referring to, Infested? Yeah, I added compression, which we needed to add anyways. But this SPL Iron, God, sounds really good on this. Oh, to get 200%. I mean, technically, yes. I think we heard what 100% does, and I think we're good. All right, we added a synth, we added an effect, so we've satisfied our marching orders there. Okay, so now we can get into some. So this is going to be more what we call quartal writing, which basically just means like writing and thinking in terms of 4-part harmonies as opposed to like melody and chords. This is going to be a lot more, a lot more. What am I trying to say? A lot more about just movement overall. So first thing we want to do, we're going to go legato, just so we have all of that sort of squared away. Hey, why didn't you do what I wanted you to do? Is that what we want? Oh God. No, not quite. No, let's go to legato. Weird. They changed how that works. That sucks. Yeah, that should probably work well. We're editing our lowest voice here. And then you can go. We'll probably drop you down here. Okay, so there's our low voice. So this, of course, is going to go to our basses, potentially our low brass, all of that kind of stuff. So let's do that. And then, boom. Stick those down here. We're going to go down an octave on that, and then we're going to go like that. Let's see where that gets us. Okay, so we want to add, first of all, some vibrato here. On some of these sections, and we're going to do the same thing on our cello here in a moment. You say I have so many points, you can do an entire stream doing a track with just the Wheel of the Doom. I'm terrified. But sure, why not? And then we'll have it catch vibrato just on that last one. And then on this. What? And then here, we're going to do our little forte piano crescendo thing again as it goes into this back half of the track. And then, of course, some nice vibrato on that as well. Excellent. Okay, there's a good bass. A good bass, low voice for us. Now we're going to do the same thing with our cellos here, but we're probably going to give our cellos a little bit more movement. So there, yep, you. And then it goes here, and then it goes here. That's what our cellos are going to do. So copy that. This is why we always start writing things with our on piano, because if we can get it all worked out on piano, you actually have like gotten most of the work done. Because you just can take what you did on piano and split it out as long as you're writing things. As long as you're writing things smartly. And this is what, when we talk about like quartal writing, right? We're starting to think just in terms of 4-part movements, right? So we can now take this and copy it over here. And kind of build, like it's almost a melody in its own right, but not quite. Yeah, Bamboo knows what I'm talking about. And then this is F, right? F major. And then we're going to a D flat here, so we can keep that F. Yeah, that's really nice. And then here we end up on A flat, right? So we can go there. And then that's going to turn around like that. That should work well. Okay, let's hear all of this up to here. Wait, what happened? Wait, oh, we end up on B flat there. Let's see if that works with the piano. Oh, no, there it goes up to the B flat. I think something changed here then. Gotcha. Okay, so we go no, 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 no. There we go. That's what we want. Yeah. And now we give those chords a little bit more context with our violas and our second violins. And then we are going to and then we're going to have our horns and our brass and all this other stuff doing some interesting things as well. So we're grabbing our third voice. This is going to go violas. Cool. No worries, Bamboo. We're doing things very, very up your alley, I think, at the moment. So that's our third voice there. Third voice here is going to be this, and then this, and then this, and that. These are more just starting points for right now. So we're going to grab all of that, come here to violas. And we don't want these on spiccato anymore. Okay, so now can we please, will legato work here, please? Not at all what I wanted to do. I just want these. Calm down, Studio One. There we go. Some of the sounds you're using, Studio One VST sounds? No, this is all from Composer Cloud from East West. We'll probably actually go maybe Détaché here. No, I want a little shorter than that. So actually, maybe we do this. And then we just grab all of these quarters because I kind of want them to go young, dun, 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 but not super tight. You know what I mean? Yes, just like that. A little more attack, though. We're kind of short. Yeah. This might be a little bit much in the movement from the cellos. It's feeling a little muddy. Yeah, the cellos are, it's too muddy, especially with everything else that we're going to have going on here. That's not really going to work, is it? Okay, we're gonna refactor this cello part here a little bit. And actually, give me these at the same time. Well, our second violins can do that. Okay. We can still have a little bit of movement in the cello, but we've got a bit much right now. And we're going to have our violas play roots because we still have a lot of room for harmony here. So like second violins are probably going to be harmonizing this viola part. First violins are going to be going, and then horns will be doing something. Flutes will probably be with first violins here, doing something sparkly. And then we will still have clarinets and bassoons to double a lot of this as well. And then shorten you. And then we're going to go... Yeah, and then right here, have you go back to this and forte, piano, crescendo. Just like that. Except we need to hit that a lot harder. And then get rid of that. Okay, that's pretty good. So now we'll take all of that. Oh, and also while I'm thinking about it, let's grab our vibrato here. Do that and grab all this and just copy it around for a little added zest. That can go there and that can go there. Okay, so now let's take what our violas are doing here and we're going to harmonize it with the second violins. Thank you, Cakes. Where'd it go? Here it is. And we're going to, honestly, kind of a hacky way to do this is to literally just go transpose up a third. Plus 3, please. Wait, 0. Plus 3, please. Or actually probably plus, yeah, no, 3. And then adjust the notes to taste. And we're going to want Mercado short here. Thanks, Mac. Yeah, no, this is what my stream is all about, right? Okay, let's think about the harmony here. We've got so we're over E flat here. This is E flat over G is this chord. So what are you? F. That's why you're not working. So this is going to be F minor. That's fine. And then there's that weird D flat, which that becomes the major third. And then this is B flat sus. And then you're going to go back to sostenuto and then do big forte piano crescendo. Lovely. Okay, now we've got second violins. We can start to really hear these chords coming together, right? So let's grab all of our vibrato or information here. Grab it. Lovely. Okay, so now who else do we want? What else? Now we get to start having a little bit of fun with it. Let's look at dulcimer next, weirdly, and I might actually just play this in because it's going to go faster, I think, that way. So, because I want to do like... Play it up an octave. Yeah, this is kind of what is taking the place of the harp here. Okay, let's actually plug all of this in here. Do we have click in? Yes, no, maybe so. They changed all of this in the interface, and now, oh great, there's no more visual indicator for whether or not I have click in. What the actual God, that's really, I have not noticed that yet. Pre-count. Oh God. Excellent cakes. You're gonna love it. Okay, let's try it. Oh, right, we're in C first. Oops. Okay. That's even easier. Great. Yeah, absolutely. I'm going with a dulcimer, which is very similar to a harp, but it's brighter and a little more metallic because I want it to feel a little more. Harp can feel very dreamy and very like ethereal and very very smooth and rounded. I want something that's a little bit. We're kind of going for more bright and upbeat here, and harp can lean more into like dreamlike. So harp would totally be a good choice here. It would just make it feel a little more, yeah, like dreamy and angelic. I want a little bit more like, oh, we're in a tavern. We're cleaning tables and, you know, glasses are clinking together and like that kind of vibe. So, yeah. But great suggestion, though, for sure. Very cool. The hobbits are coming to. Yeah, or the hobbits are going to the, what is it, the Prancing Pony? Is that the tavern they all drink in? Ooh, that's weird. Yeah, that's what we're doing there. Oh, I actually like that ninth that I just played accidentally. And then we're going so okay. Like that. Lovely. Nice little roll there at the end. Okay, so let's quantize all of this except for that last chord just to tighten it up a little bit. Thank you. And then humanize it back out just to so it's not too perfect. Zoop. Yes, thank you. Cittern? I don't know what a cittern is. No, this is the dulcimer from East West. This is from Hollywood Fantasy Strings, I believe. But the Dulceola patch in Keyscape is really similar, and also this sounds incredibly cool. It was kind of a toss-up whether I was going to use that or this. Use 2 instances of Silken Series, 1 slow and 1 fast. No, it really nails it on its own. I mean, if you want to put another compressor just to catch peaks before it, like 1176 or something more clean and just real fast attack, you can definitely do that. But that comp slider on the right is Arvox from Waves, which is like old industry standard, what everybody uses on pop vocals or what everybody used for a very long time. And it is Arvox itself is a multi-stage compressor in its, yes, the dying threshold, exactly, the dynamics threshold. Yeah, that's Arvox, which that in and of itself, as far as I understand it, is to like a fast and a slow in series anyways. So yeah, like just this is a killer vocal compressor on its own. And then you can tune each range, and then I will dial in sharp and smooth based on the voice. And then speed as well, just to get it, you know, where I want it. And then the gate, it's got a really good gate too. Works really, really, really well. So, and if you ever want to hear only what it's doing, like what it's taking away, that's what this little delta button is for, to demo and isolate what it's removing from the spectrum. Yeah, it's very, very neat. It's great. Yep. Oh, and then I didn't want you to quantize that. So go restore timing. Thank you. Oh, I didn't play it as cleanly as I thought I did. Well, we'll just have to fix that now, won't we? I want this like that. Perfect. And I'm going to tighten this up a little bit. That humanize pushed it a little too far out. Quantize notes. Zoop. Yeah, you can really push it if you want. And it sounds good. It sounds real good. There we go. There we go. Beautiful. What it is, Dulcimer wouldn't be my first pick. It sounds courty, royal, almost like a yeah. Well, that's what I'm kind of going for here. Usually, that's an element in games like this. So I don't know if they don't like it, they'll let me know. I worry that the harp is going to be too, because my second pick would be a harp, and I just worry that's going to be a little too dreamy. And then that's going to go back basically to this, but a second version of it with a slightly different melody and the leads more in other instruments. So now what we're going to do, I think we have our first violins are going to be an arpeggio. Our horns, I think, will do a harmonized, kind of what we originally had the cello doing. So let's start with French horn here, and let's sort of. Can you share a name of a game it's for, or NDA? So I don't actually fully. Well, I do know the name of the game, but they asked me not to say it on stream. NDA, yeah. Yeah, I cannot say the name of the game, unfortunately. I'm not under NDA on this particular one. I have been on other stuff before, but yeah, it's odd. Normally, when I start working with a developer, I like to have a very long conversation about the characters and the world and all this kind of stuff. And, really get a feel for like what they're looking for and have them give me a bunch of references and stuff. I do sometimes just have people hit me up though and go, "Hey, you can make music, right?" I'm like, "Uh-huh." And they're like, "Great, make this." And I'm like, "What's it for?" They're like, "It's for a game." I'm like, "What's the game about?" They're like, "Fantasy." Like, "Okay, can you tell me a little bit more?" They're like, "It's fantasy. It's RPG fantasy." Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So that's a bit of what's going on here, which is fine. But I was like, so, I stream on Twitch. Is that okay? They're like, "Yeah, that's fine. Just don't really talk about the game. We're not really ready to promote it yet." I'm like, okay. If it pays, it pays. Exactly. Okay, so we're going, probably just plain sustain here. No, accented, maybe? No, not accented. Not legato slur is going to be too slow. We can just push this a little bit harder here. Nope, come on. Work with me here. Send them a Suno piece. I would never. AI generated music, Mac. And then No, it will not take my job. There's a lot of people running around screaming about how it's going to take a lot of jobs, and I'm sorry to hear that you lost yours. I wholeheartedly believe that's going to be pretty temporary, because the models do not do what is being promised. Okay, that's all very, very nice. We'll massage it a little bit more. But let's keep going here. So now we're pivoting to A flat. So fine arts, it's a sinking ship. I mean, yeah, on like the illustration front and stuff like that. My hope is that as time goes on, what's up, Paul? Good to see you, buddy. Thanks for tuning in. My hope is that as time goes on, once certain things change, let's say politically in the world, which they will, this stuff is going to be regulated a whole lot harder. And so a lot of the just like slop illustration stuff is going to get phased out because, I mean, A, you can't copyright any of it. But we really need legal incentives to at least make sure. It's like, I understand from a certain perspective, like, yeah, if you're doing just like a ton of commercial art, you know, it would allow an artist to work faster in terms of coming up with concept sketches and then using it as a tool to like take a character and put them in a few different circumstances and then touch all of that up, right? And that's where I see it more as like, you know, it's still not great, but I started doing house and apartment renovations and the pay is crazy. Oh, actually, that's very cool. Great pivot. That's really neat. I love that. Yeah, and that's like, you know, I think there's a certain element of it that you know, there is an argument to be made of it sort of speeding things up or being used as a tool to just help you create better. I have a lot of friends who work in music production who use it as like a songwriting partner, right? And they'll bounce lyrics off of it and they'll bounce, you know, get chord ideas from it and stuff. That I have like an artist who's like, cool, I'm going to do the character design on my own. And then it's going to help me do concept art or whatever and churn out things sort of faster and more efficiently. It's like, there's an argument for that, as long as the models are being trained ethically and royalties are being paid as appropriate and, you know, all of that kind of stuff. But it's when it's just like wholesale, you know, projects where it's like, oh, I'm just going to make all of this. I'm not an artist. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just going to churn out a bunch of slop and go try to charge money for it. That sucks. I like the Studio One UI. Kind of reminds me of Mackie Waveform. Oh boy, there's a name I haven't heard in a while. Yeah, they just did a UI redesign with version 8, which came out earlier this week. Yeah, I was having a conversation with a dev about that the other day because there's a game in March that we're going to be starting, or that he's like, I am going to use AI assets, but he explained very clearly, he's like, I have several artists that I'm contracting with who are using it to flesh things out and doing creative direction. So it's not replacing anybody. We're just using it to basically be able to make a bigger game than we would be able to. Otherwise. And I'm like, okay, that's fair enough. How creative is the direction at that point? It all depends on how you use it, you know? It's like, I have had clients send me stuff that they did in Suno as a reference. And I still go in and write the whole track. I just use it as, you know, as direction. Or what it sounds like these guys are doing is like, yeah, they will design a character and do sketches of that and then be like, cool, we need concept and reference art for like this character in a bunch of different situations. So like different poses against different backgrounds, trying on different outfits. And they've designed the character, but they're using it as like a prototyping tool, essentially, to be like, instead of having to sit here and draw from scratch a whole bunch of different sketches, we can demo a lot of things quickly and get a bunch of, vibes and stuff going on. Yeah, I still don't, and I think that there's also always going to be, there's enormous pushback against it. And I, just from my perspective, I am getting clients who are intentionally hiring me because they don't ever want to touch AI. And so that I think will still continue to be a thing. I think on the corporate side, like, yeah, it's going to have a big impact. It is on the corporate side of music. There's, a lot of what was library music is now, they're using AI shit for, which is a bummer, but that is a relatively small portion of the industry. People are like, the conversation, I think for most people who would hire somebody like me, the conversation isn't, should I go spend $500 on a composer or should I use Suno? The conversation is, should I pay $20 for an Epidemic Sound subscription to use royalty-free music? Or should I go to Suno? And the number of guys who produce, stuff for big libraries like that, it's certainly a chunk, but it's not a massive chunk of the music industry. And even this game dev that I'm talking to, who is going to use AI in the project, he's not using AI for music, and he's still hiring like multiple artists to work on it. So I don't know. It's all a very tricky conversation, and it's a lot of evolving, ideas and opinions and all kinds of stuff. I never heard of Epidemic Sound, but I like the subsystem. Oh, yeah. Epidemic Sound it's a royalty-free music library. So you pay like $20 a month, and if you're a YouTuber, you just get all the background music you could ever want. Trying to think of where to take this line. Why does that feel so weird? I think like this. Yeah, that's nice. And then, of course, our little faux piqueur situation. The way I see it these days, maybe it was not good enough with concept art to, pop off. Maybe I was not lucky, but it turned out super good. I mean, I'm glad things worked out for you either way. I also worked with EW Kill LLC. I don't know what that is, Bamboo. Not very convenient, not sounding great either, but learned a lot from it. Wait, is that an East-West thing? The stuff that comes with Composer Cloud now is awesome. Oh, Quantum Leap. Yeah, sure. Who is not decrescendoing there? Cellos. Yeah, this is Hollywood Strings and just Hollywood Orchestra that I'm using right now, and it sounds way better than the Quantum Leap stuff does. Not every dulcimer sounds royal. Some are pirate. Yeah, and this one leans more fantasy than. Doesn't quite have the royal court harpsichord vibe. It's got a bit of that, but it just sounds like, I don't know, taverny to me. Okay, cool. So let's now move this over to our trumpet and harmonize all of this. You know, muddy like Spitfire and Albion. Oh wow! I mean, most of the guys, and from what I've heard of Spitfire sounds awesome. I would love to try it out if I had, $10,000 for all the libraries I would need from it. Uh, so we're gonna do the same thing here, and just scoot this up by a third. So this is D minor. Yeah, that's pretty nice. We need this way less intense, though. Yes, that's very true, Paul. Absolutely. Let's just hear these guys real quick. Okay, cool. That's pretty good. Whoa. Uh, Indeed, Mac. That's super neat. I use Suno as my own private playground, but sometimes the less you care, the more you get. So working my ass off on prompting feels like it's too much art. And that's the thing. Ultimately, you don't. They make it seem like you have a ton of control over it, but you really don't. I've certainly played around with it, and I've been honestly kind of surprised how by how bad it is. Hang on, that's not right. Yes, it is. So now this is, what is this, A flat now? Yeah. Have you ever thought of making Pro Producer Reacts content for YouTube? Well, no, thank you. It's very kind of you to say. Yeah, I mean, I upload tons of stuff. I upload shorts pretty much every day. I'm taking a break from it this week. I just started that a couple of months ago that are edited down from Stream. YouTube is, I've done YouTube in different capacities for years and years and years and years. I've multiple channels of my own, and have done a lot of content for other companies in different ways. And YouTube is a tough nut to, it's a tough nut to crack. And honestly, just like putting together really good quality YouTube videos takes a lot of time. I've done an enormous amount of video editing work in my career, and it just is very, very time consuming. So Twitch, I am growing a lot faster and, to be totally honest, making more money from than anything I've ever done on YouTube on my own. And it's like, yeah, to do the amount of information that I can convey to people in a Twitch stream and like react real time and like talk to people about what they're directly interested in is way easier than being like, okay, I'm going to concept out a YouTube video where I talk about like a producer reacts video. You know, I'll spend something like that where it's like, oh, I'll watch, like do a Charles Cornell type thing where it's like some cool old game soundtrack. And it's like, I'll analyze it. You're talking several hours of planning, figuring out what you want to say, scripting, then setting up to shoot. It's like that would take a full day to shoot, like to plan and shoot, and then a full day to edit. That's 2 whole days to get a piece of content that maybe it does well, maybe it doesn't. And then you need to do that at least probably once, preferably 2 or 3 times a week for like 2 years before it would ever catch on. The great thing about Twitch is I can literally I got it all set up. I just turn my camera on and I'm just working. Like this is a commissioned piece. So I'm already being paid to do this piece. I would be making my $500 for this piece, whether I'm streaming or not. And so it's a lot easier for me to do this than it is to do YouTube and then try to, oh, thanks, Bamboo. Yes, we absolutely will. We absolutely will do more Nomadic Bard in the future. We're already talking about where to go next. It's just been hard for the last couple of years because we relocated from Colorado to New York. So that was a big money and time sink. But yeah, it's just easier and more convenient to do this than it is to do YouTube. And I'll cut out longer form stuff and put it on YouTube as well. But I don't know, I've done like a half dozen longer cuts on YouTube. They get like 10 views. I had one that got a couple of hundred, which was a music theory thing talking about the circle of fifths. But it's people really do not, the YouTube algorithm is really screwed up and skewed towards shorts anymore. So it's like the amount of time and energy that I put into these different things, I have to be very careful with because I have my stream and everything that comes with managing my stream and doing feedback. I have my actual commissioned client work. I have additional work that I do off stream that you guys don't see on various things that people don't want streamed. I then do wedding gigs here and there. I do tours here and there with old friends of mine. I'm going to Seattle in April for a run with 40 Ounces, a band I used to tour with a lot. I am married. I've got a cat. I've got hobbies. I've got friends. I'm working on putting the live looping show together. I play video games. I read. So it's like I only have so many hours in the day. And when it comes to work stuff, like with Twitch, I see like I get clients through Twitch. I get, so I get a decent amount of work here, and people like yourself are generous enough to donate. I get subscribers. Like it's now a thing that no, we have Toast. Toast is our guy snoozing back there. Yeah, 100%. Yep, Toast Dance. There he is, snoozing back there. Yeah, so I have to be kind of like careful. And YouTube is a thing where it's like, cool, I would need to put in 20 hours a week plus for months and months and months and months and like figure out what my niche is and like what people really respond to. It's I can't justify it. Yeah, exactly. And I'll continue to cut down as interesting things happen on stream. I'll cut those down here and there. And I think at some point, like already on, because I simul stream on YouTube as well. So like this, just even as we're talking, it's going on to YouTube Live vertical format. And I'm starting to get a lot of movement there. The other day, it was just randomly, there were like 70 people watching me on YouTube. And I got like a couple of super chats and it's like, okay, so. Why change something that just works? Yep, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The whole world should probably do that a little bit more, I think. Yeah, and you should come around on Mondays, Mac. Mondays is off. I do a feedback stream, so I don't do any work. I just do feedback on people's tracks, like we were doing earlier when you tuned in. And Mondays get crazy. We get 20 something people in here sometimes. 20, 25. Max D. Okay. Gotcha. Max D. Some sleep to catch up on. No worries, Cakes. Thanks for hanging out, man. Liking my harmony. Thank you. Yeah, it's coming along all right. I love it. Okay, so now we got to decide what our first violins. I kind of wanted to have them do a big, you know, it's like a busy kind of arpeggiated thing. I don't think I want that though. Thank you. I'm so glad. I really appreciate it. Yeah. No, anytime, man. Come hang absolutely anytime. So we are going to have our violins do something probably active, but more like a melody. Yeah, and we'll probably get a little bit more. Something like this. Yeah, that's lovely. No. Na da da. Yeah. Three stream streak. Woo! Here we go. Now we're talking. Oh, you're extremely sweet, Bamboo. Thank you so much for the gifted. That's very, very kind of you, my friend. Give Bamboo some love in chat. Pongsatorn music, that is. We call him Bamboo around here, though. Learn programming at like MIT online. I want to make my dream come true to make a video game by myself. Now I'm at a point where I need to learn music, so here I am. Indeed. Thank you, Bamboo. You're too kind. That's super cool. Boom, you get to use so many fun emotes now. Yeah. Yeah, and we'll have this do a little quick forte. And we'll go to let's try Marcato short here for a second. We can kind of lean into some more articulations here. So like probably staccatissimo on these little notes here. Yeah, that cleans them up. Boom. Staccatissimo, very good. Neat. How can we make you sound better? Staccato on bow? Yeah. Ooh, I love it. So this is also, our flutes are going to be doing this as well. Bamboo, you're crazy. You're crazy. Oh, thank you so much for hanging out, man. And I really, really appreciate the gifted. That's very, very kind of you. Go get some good sleep, man. And then here we can do something a little faster. It's a... And then we'll have them split off and do this. Yeah, totally. We'll split the section a little bit just for that one note. Okay, let's hear our violin melody here. Well, that is just lovely as can be, isn't it? So now we're going to fly this down to our flutes. We're going to start thinking about our woodwinds and our low brass. Oh, it sounds so lovely, you guys. So there's a couple of pickup notes that we need to grab in here too. But we're going to, let's grab our basses here and let's mirror this down onto our low brass. Give it some balls. But we're definitely going to mellow these out a fair amount. Let's just get these dialed in here. Or do we actually kind of, hang on, we might, this might be kind of silly. Is that stupid? Is that dumb? Do we think that's dumb? I don't know. I can't decide. Especially like we could do a little faux picker here. Womp, 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 womp. And then let's bring these up an octave because that's way too low. Okay, let's hear it. Honestly, kind of love it. It's super silly, but I do actually kind of love it. And then let's like have that swell be a little bit bigger there. Yeah. Okay, let's get our, we're just going to take our cellos and chuck them down on our bassoons. And then we're going to do the same thing with violas to clarinets. Because we have plenty going on here. We don't need this to be any more complex than it already is, right? So zoop, 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 zoop. Violas come here, go down here. Very good. Actually, I do kind of like that. But then we're going to have them get long right here. Yeah. Oh, now we're talking, guys. Now we're doing something nice here. Sustain accent and then get rid of that. What was that? Ah. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, neato. Let's hear everything all together. Okay, so now let's just tie these two sections together. There's just like two little pickup notes that we need to get, and then we're probably going to be done for today because we're at a very good stopping point here. So this should be pretty easy to do. We're just going to go all the way through here. And kind of... and then we're going to drag this back here. We're doing the same thing down here. Ya-da-da. Ya-da-da. Do we have a European meetup being planned in chat right now? I love it. This is fantastic. Hey, man. If I was in y'all's neck of the woods, I absolutely would. I absolutely would. Okay, let's hear everything we've got so far. Shall we? Sweet Jesus, what happened? Who? What in the actual... did somebody get transposed up by 3 when they didn't need to? I think that's what happened here. There we go. Now we're talking. Okay. So now this is honestly, it's going to get like a hell of a lot easier from here because we're literally, let me not, probably not get that crazy here. We're literally just going to copy paste our main queue here to back here. Like so. And then we're going to take this first section just like this and copy paste it and just like move the melody to a different, change a few articulations and then move melody around. So we're going to go zoop and then we're just going to go through here real quick and like Dulcimer's going to be doing the same thing. These will, these can probably be doing Mercado short here. And then these can be doing something more intense, like a Mercado short. And then these were doing pits, but now we're going to have them doing staccato on bow. And it's going to be a little bit more hefty here. And we're going to take our melody and we're going to put our melody in the horns and then just harmonize the trumpet real quick. Yeah, so like this is going to go to trumpet now. And then we'll have our violins join this melody as well. So like here, this is going to go up an octave. It's like you've stepped into a tavern game. Surprise, Jacklet, you have. Transpose up an octave. Oh, no. Okay, that's not the melody. I'm sorry. Hang on. Back up here. What? Nope, not that. You go here, you go here. Now these come here. That's what we do. And then we make sure this isn't a good... Yeah, like that's way too high for horns. So we're going to bring you down an octave. Just like so... That's a little too brash. So give me my trumpet lane here. Why is my message being reviewed by mods? There's a secret Japanese picture. You guys are like trading. Oh, this is great. I love it. I love the internet. And then we'll have a nice little faux piqueur there. Let's hear you guys together. And then we're just going to go sus accent. Okay, it's not 100% yet, but there's just a few little tweaks to take it home. Let's hear the whole thing. Excellent. I love it. Okay. I think that's in a really, really good spot. I'll do some final polishing to it. There's a few little things I want to tweak, but it's all, you know, it's just going over it with a fine-tooth comb now. And I'll add some percussion. Probably not a ton, to be honest with you. But I think that's in a great spot. So, and that's right at the 4-hour mark. So about time for us to start winding down for the day. But hey, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. It is the weekend, so we will be back on Monday. Same time, same place. As I said, 2 p.m. Eastern in the U.S., 8 p.m. Central European time over on the other side of the pond. Sure, Max D, what's going on? But yeah, join the Discord, !Discord will get you an invite. I so appreciate you guys. I appreciate the subs. I appreciate the support, tips, all that good stuff. Yeah, Jackla, thanks for stopping in. Really, really fun stream. We got plenty of stuff done. Mind share what games you enjoy playing. You said you like video games. Of course, I mean, I write music for video games for a living. So yes, I'm definitely a gamer. I've been a little bit less so the last couple of months. I am a big VR guy. I have, you can't really see it, but I have a whole VR treadmill rig back there. So like I was doing a lot of No Man's Sky in VR before that. I'm not a big like play a bunch of stuff kind of a guy. I dive deep into individual games. So like I did Destiny 2 for a couple of years. I was really into that. I put like 1,800 hours into that. Pavlov, which is like a very simple sort of CSGO style shooter in VR. I probably have 1,000 hours in. Warframe, I got really into Warframe for a while. No Man's Sky was the last thing like that. Skyrim VR, Into the Radius. What else have I played over the last few years? Yeah, you know. But yeah, I'm like, I find a good lore and a good gameplay loop, and I'm like, cool, 1,000 hours of this, please. And then I'll get tired of it, and I'll go find something else. But my Quest bricked itself, as they do from time to time. So I need to fix it, and then I'm getting rid of it, because fuck meta. And I'm going to get a PSVR 2 with the little PC adapter, because that's much better, and I want to give Sony my money. Yes, absolutely. But in terms of game music, like Silent Hill, those are huge ones for me. The OSTs for those games are amazing. I mean, obviously, Silent Hill shirt. So I was into those when I was a kid. A lot of classic PlayStation games. I was very much a PlayStation kid. So like Metal Gear Solid. I literally have a Kojima Studios tattoo. Anything Hideo Kojima, anything Konami, pretty good bet that I've loved. And then Crash, Spyro, Ratchet and Clank, super old school stuff like that. So anyways, that's kind of the deal. But yeah, thanks again, guys. I appreciate it. Normally we'd raid, but it's pretty quiet in here, so we're just gonna wind down. But thank you guys very much for hanging out with me. We will see you back on Monday for Feedback Monday, or Music Monday, or I don't know what we're gonna call it, but it's gonna be a good time. So I appreciate you guys. Have a great night, great evening, great morning, great afternoon, whatever it is, wherever you're at. Thanks for hanging out, and we will see you on Monday. Bye.